Is going to be one of those where if you were here, you heard it, and if you weren't, you just missed it. Now, it's been a while since I did a program about the discount bin. As you all remember, originally we called it the discount bin and the clearance rack, because we wanted to make it very clear where folks found themselves at. Keep those words in mind, because I know the folks who are in the headline of the title of the video, but there's somebody in particular I want to deal with first. We're going to get this cleaned up real quick here, and then after that, we're going to have a little bit more words. I'm going to let this play through the first time, and then the second time we'll come back and address a few things.
Single mothers have no value. Okay. It's my preference. I don't want to be with a single mom. Okay. We live in a feedback system. I don't need 100 men, 10 men, 5 men to choose me. All I have to do is choose myself, and my outer reality will reflect that. Because, baby, I ain't in the business of convincing. And I think these conversations that seem to only happen on social media, because and it don't translate in real life. We're here, but we're not here. I think it's important to separate what's a podcast conversation versus what people actually care about. All the men that have reached out to me as of lately have no children and want several. It's easy to debunk these regurgitated, echoed narratives. A lot of men want to control how other men see women because they don't want them to want you. They don't want them to be able to see you. They want you to go put yourself on the clearance rack. Consider the source. There's a difference between high value and high quality. High value is Scar. High quality is Mufasa. I choose me, and everything in my world chooses me too. Single mothers.
All right, I'll let that play through the first time here. You all heard that. Now I'm going to address this myself. We're going to take this step by step here in particular because, okay, single mothers have no value. Well, I don't know of anybody who said that single mothers have no value. However, single mothers do not have the same value as a female who's a clean slate. Nobody ever sat up in high school and said, damn, I sure do hope I can make 7 figures a year so I can go take care of somebody's 2 or 3 time baby mama. That's who I want to have. So shout out Rich Cooper, by the way. I'm teaching a bunch of y'all out there something. A lot of y'all are having an opportunity to update your files off of this. So I'm very glad you're learning. But nobody said that single mothers have no value. However, it would be a lie to say that a single mother does not have seriously diminished value. You are fighting with a handicap. You are not in an ideal position. There's no man, certainly no man of any value or options, who says his ideal candidate is a female carrying children with another man. Why would anyone want that? Ideally. So there's the first thing. It's not that you have no value. However, you have seriously diminished value. If a man has had sexual experience with another man, if a man has lingering issues with the judicial system, that can diminish his value. Yeah, it sure can. And women make no bones about it. They make none. By the way, brief aside, Brittany, I don't know why you're wearing these fake afro wigs. I don't know why you're doing that. But, I mean, I don't know what you feel like you're tapping into there, but whatever the case may be, all right, go ahead.
No value. Okay. It's my preference. I don't want to be with a single mom. Okay. We live in a feedback system. I don't need 100 men, 10 men, 5 men to choose me. All I have to do is choose myself.
Okay, first of all, if you're talking about men, period, then clearly you need a man to choose you. Now, that's becoming the issue right there. That part right there is becoming the issue.
And my outer reality will reflect that. Because, baby, I ain't in the business of convincing. And I think these conversations that seem to only happen on social media, because and it don't translate in real life. We're here, but we're not here. I think it's important.
Okay, if this only happens on social media, then why are you talking about it? Very clearly, even if that's the case, that it only happens on, quote, social media, baby, you're on the internet all the time, so that is your life. I mean, cope is not a strategy. But in any case, if social media is not that important, you wouldn't be talking about it. So obviously, it's important enough for you to discuss it, and obviously you run into it enough times that you feel like you have to address it. Just thought I'd go ahead and point that out.
And to like separate what's a podcast conversation versus what people actually care about. All the men that have reached out to me as of lately have no children and want several.
Okay. You were talking to Kevin Gates. So, I mean, there's that. So, yeah, you've talked to a whole bunch of guys. And I'm pretty sure most of the fellas you've been talking to recently, it's like, you're first checking his status and his resources, and as far as if he has kids or whatnot. I mean, so if you're trying to flex to say, oh, men with no children are happy to take me on, I notice you're not saying any names. So if there were any men of any real value, substance, status, if they were comparable to where you've been, you'd be naming names. But obviously your options are not really there. And the men that you wanted, you really didn't make any bones about it. So it's really weird that you're trying to make it seem like, oh, men with no children want me. I mean, men with no children want to have sex with you. Men with no children will be willing to have sex with you. Men's willingness to sleep with you is not the issue. Men's willingness to make you a partner that they claim in public to other people that they would be attached to for the rest of their lives. That's the issue right there. So all this deflecting and gaslighting we're doing here, that doesn't really work.
It's easy to debunk these regurgitated, echoed narratives. A lot of men want to control how other men see women because they don't want them to want you. They don't want them to be able to see you. Okay, let's go ahead and deal with that. Certainly, there probably are some individuals out there, unresolved mommy, daddy issues, whatever the case may be, and these fellas do a bunch of venting and a bunch of reverse psychology talk, and they're talking real down on them and whatnot. And then if they ever had the opportunity, they take care of you and the kids and buy a house and everything else there and ball right out. Sure, there are those guys out there. Absolutely. Are they the majority? Well, based on your daily results, Miss Renner, very, very clearly that's not actually the majority. For every single mom who rolls the dice and gets lucky and finds a sucker and a simp, and there's 5 or 10 who are just wishing that they could. And even of the ones who do get somebody to take them off the discount bin, they're not happy with the guy they got to begin with. Go talk to those fellas. Men who sign up to be stepdaddies are summarily miserable. They end up getting stuck with a bill. And then they just wind up trying to make the best of it. But no man sits around and says, you know what? I sure does wish I could be a stepdaddy. Damn, I'm so tired of all these women who don't come to me with no kids. I wish I could find me a good woman who had 4, 5 kids by 4, 5 different men. Because the quality of that man would obviously be compromised. Very clearly it would be. So you can, once again, ma'am, if you could debunk it, you would. Take a look at your results. If what I said is wrong, you should have plenty of candidates who will stand up and say, yes, I don't have any children. Here's my high 6-figure, 7-figure income, and I would love to take care of the offspring of another man. Having my own children, that's too complicated. Why don't you just go ahead and crank out the 4 or 5 kids by another couple of men first? Then we'll see how it goes. No, it doesn't happen. So this isn't people trying to talk anybody. Everybody wants these single moms. They're just trying to talk other men out of it. We don't have to talk them out of anything. She's acting as if men are going around talking other men out of it. They sure did want us until these men can, you hateful guys had to appear and talk them out of it. Like this is a good deal. Like this is a bargain or something.
Like, this is the best a man can aspire to, and like, we have to go around and propagandize and talk people out of it. Could it be, ma'am, that the men are talking from their experiences? Could it be that they're just talking from common sense and what they see? Why can't it be that? Why is it it's just self-evident? It's like buying a used car with 400,000 miles and a cracked frame versus a brand new car with 2 miles on it. Why is it that it's not just self-evident what the liabilities and deficiencies are? Brittany, why is it it's not that? Why is it people have to be convinced? Why isn't it just that people are just relating what math is? How about that one?
They want you to go put yourself on the clearance rack.
Now, that's what got me right there. That one right there. Now, brothers and sisters from around the world, let us be very clear. The phrase, the discount bin, the clearance rack, you know full well that originated in one place. One place and one place only. I have had superstars and legends and everything else call me up. Y'all been here to hear it. So she throwing shade now. She's throwing shade and then she doubles down on it.
Consider the source. There's a difference between high value and high quality.
Okay, the source. We all know that one right there too, by the way. I go by many names, but the source is one of them. So, all right, Brittany. Shots fired, game on. Now, my thumbnail image doesn't have you in the discount bin, but that's why I put an extra large bin, because there's room for more.
And deal with it, nigga.
So, yeah, the bin that I put on the thumbnail image, I put an extra large one, so there's room enough to fit a couple more hoes in there. I left enough room to stuff a couple of more hoes in there before I'm done. So right now it's got a couple of them in there, but there's room. There's room. She's feeling some kind of way and feeling salty because them body blows done got through. And I wasn't the one throwing them. Brittany, this is reality. This is just mathematics. Look, the bottom line is, you're used to dealing with men who are dummies. And that's the bottom line. You know that you don't ever go off and go try to find a guy who's got a PhD. He's in charge of something. He's got to deal with people on an intellectual level. You deal with fellas who got money off the streets, who got money by a fluke of genetics. You didn't get men who have had to work their way up and be intellectually and mentally superior, more adept, more mature, wiser. That they are globally respected as experts at what they do, intellectual experts, academic experts. Baby, you ain't nowhere in the conversation with any men like that. No disrespect. Shout out Kevin Gates. No disrespect whatsoever. But you're not used to dealing with men who've got vast, broad intellectual capacity. You're not. You're used to guys who they got their money off the streets. You're used to guys who are still figuring it out. You're used to that. There isn't any man out there, any man, Miss Renner. There is zero, none, no man out there who is intellectually, academically, intelligentsia, who's sitting up here considering you. The fellas who aren't, the fellas who struggle academically, the fellas who struggle intellectually, the fellas who struggle from an intelligence standpoint. Now I'm talking about esoteric. Baby, you're not even in the thought process. No disrespect to you, ma'am. So there's a certain caliber of person that you got to deal with. No disrespect to Kevin Gates, because he was smart enough to lay up and roll out. I said that before. Shout out to Kevin. He did exactly what he's supposed to do. I didn't say he's a dummy. I didn't say that. But I am saying that Brittany targets men that she thinks are dummies. There's something about these light-skinned chicks. Oh, I said it.
Oh, please.
There's something about these light-skinned chicks. These light-skinned chicks get with darker-skinned males, and they figure that every dark-skinned male is either color-struck or a dummy, which basically means that she's got the advantage and she can manipulate you. Let's just put it on the bricks. These biracial chicks out here, and these biracial chicks, they love claiming that they prefer darker-skinned men, but the reality is they think they got the intellectual advantage. And what they really go do is not looking for a dark-skinned man. They go looking for a dummy. And they're hoping that colorism will give them the edge. Because if you peek under the hood, she doesn't have very much. Bipolarism and other issues. But other than that, it's like, baby, okay, other than being light-skinned, and that just depends on whether or not you think that's some kind of plus or something. She goes looking for fellas who give extra points on that. She goes looking for fellas who give a premium to light skin. So we've all seen chicks like that. We all know there's plenty of biracial chicks out there, and they go looking for dudes darker skinned than them, hoping that she's got some exotic factor that gives her the edge. Because otherwise, she doesn't have very much to offer. Not beyond that. She's a whole bunch of problems. So she's hoping you put a very high premium on being light-skinned. Because if you don't, oh well. She's just another chick. And Brittany Renner, over 30, just another chick. And she hasn't gotten the memo just yet. She hears the memo get knocked on the door now, but she didn't get the memo. So these chicks go off looking for dudes who are dummies, people that they think are slower than them, less savvy than them. These are not the best and brightest males. The best and brightest men would never consider a Brittany Renner or a Kayla Nicole, or I can go down the list. An Ebony K. Williams. No, the best and brightest men would not consider them. And that's just the truth. They wouldn't consider you. So you all sit up here and try to tell yourselves that you have options. You have options among the deficient and the dumb. That's where your options are. You need to go see if you can go find another dummy. Better yet, why don't you go find another NCAA team and see if there's yet one more dude out there who's looking to get run through the ringer like Drea Michelle did old boy. Why don't you go see if you can do that instead? Because, baby, the men in your age group, and you're getting older now, and everybody knows your rep, so you don't have that leverage you used to have of being an unknown quantity. You don't have that. You haven't had that in many moons. And this is not a matter of the internet dirtying your name up or the internet having to propagandize some ideology. You know what you've been doing. You said it yourself that athletes are dumb. And it's not so much that athletes are dumb, but that deficient females like you, who do not actually have a bunch of options, target dumb athletes. And now you've run out of the supply of even those. You don't even have a supply of dumb athletes you can target anymore. Everybody sees you coming. And no one wants to be the next PJ Washington. So, ma'am, I know you females like you target dummies because you feel like you got the advantage. Well, clearly you weren't as smart as you tell yourself because you already blew your damn cover. And you didn't even get a ring on him so you can get the state to really crank down on him. So you're not as slick and as smart as you might wish to believe and tell yourself. Obviously, you're not. No disrespect from the man who created the discount bin, since you want to speak on it. From the man who created the clearance rack, since you want to speak on it. You want to hear from the source? Here I am. And by the way, once again, yes, I will remind folks, instead of her being salty, Maybe she should have just gone ahead and answered the emails from a few years ago, and she could have talked to me face to face about this. But all this throwing shade on the sly and whatnot, it's like that's not even necessary. If you really wanted to talk, you could have done that a few years ago when you got the email, ma'am. You want to ignore it? That's perfectly fine. Throwing shots and throwing shade later, no sense in blaming me. I'm just the messenger. Your DMs are filled with what they always get filled with when you get to your age. Baby, it's dudes looking for they're still eligible to lay up. There are plenty of dudes who would love to be able to say that they knocked Brittany Renner down. There's still plenty of them who would like to see, hey, what would it be like? What there are not are a plethora of men who are looking to make you their genetic and financial legacy. Now, that's the part that they're not doing. That's the part that's not happening. Because of the way you have comported yourself and presented yourself in public. Everyone sees it. And your single mother status is a result of all those negatives. Now, you can pretend you can talk your way out of this in case you didn't notice it's not working. You can sit up here and get Halloweened up and whatnot. You tried that with Kevin. You figured you were going to dress yourself up in a costume, and to you, that was throwing a Hail Mary and going all in. Okay, how'd that work out for you? Now it's very obvious what I said the whole time, which is y'all know she faking, right? Y'all know she run the scam, right? Okay, you thought people were taking this seriously. No, they're not. And one more thing, you were willing to be the side chick. What? Oh yeah, one more thing. You was willing to be the side broad. Because by the way, Kevin was still dealing with his woman the whole time. As we all know now, you were spazzing out because Kevin was still dealing with his woman the whole time. So, baby, you was happy to have a third of Kevin Gates because you know he ain't just got one female. What? You know Kevin us Louisiana niggas, you know how we gonna do it. Hey, it is what it is. If you fool with the boot, that's the way it's gonna go. Especially when your paper's up. So, Kevin's not gonna cut down on his options. That's just not gonna happen. He didn't work this damn hard to have as few options as he can. You sat right there with him, with the other chick, and you were perfectly fine to go half on Kevin Gates. You were perfectly fine to go half on that 3-piece meal. You were happy to do that. So let's not lie and act like it was something it wasn't. You were cool with that. If you were cool with that with Kevin, you cool with that with the next one. Only next time you're going to have to probably split 4 ways. So I know this display that you're trying to front and present to people and you're upset about the discount bin. Baby, I'm just the guy who articulated the discount bin. I just articulated to Brittany. I did not put women in the discount bin. I just simply articulated that which was sitting in front of us. And I gave it a suitable name. And it caught on. And everybody uses it now. All I did was give it a catchy name. But I didn't put you in it. You put yourself in it. You put yourself in it. And let's just stop with the bull jive. Nobody ever said that a man wasn't going to take you. There's nobody ever said that. But the truth is you've already let it be known what you actually want. And what you actually want was before PJ Washington. You wanted a Drake. You wanted the top 1% of 1%. That's what you wanted. Well, it wasn't available to you. Drake was willing to get everybody else pregnant except you. No disrespect, but I know it kind of stings a little bit. He was willing to get other people pregnant, just not you. And you were stuck with PJ Washington, an overgrown juvenile delinquent that you talk to like he's your second son. That's got to be very debilitating and degrading to you. You're not even talking to another adult. You're just talking to another minor. That was the best leadership that you could get. And then you got Kevin Gates, who was not interested at all in leading you. He was interested in having the Brittany Renner experience. Okay, let's get some of that psychotic, Ritalin, Valium-induced, triple X-rated, crazy, insane, over the cuckoo's nest sex. Kevin Gates, props to you. I ain't mad at you whatsoever. Check it out, test it out, and then put it out. And that's what Kevin did. Baby, that's the discount bin right there. You don't get a Drake. You don't get a Kevin Gates. You couldn't get a PJ Washington. You don't get that. That's not what's going to happen for you. You are going to get something else. But you're not going to get what you actually want. You have an over decade-long track record. Any idiot can see what it is you really wanted. At this point right now, you're trying to negotiate for a bailout. That's what it means to be in the discount bin. When you're no longer eligible for what you actually want. You don't get to be the item that gets bought off the shelf new. You're on the clearance rack. You're recycled. You're part of those folks who go buy things from the Amazon crates and the Amazon pallets, the Amazon resells, and they go to eBay and sell the stuff for 40%, 60%, 80% off. This is where you are now. You don't get top shelf. You get the clearance rack. You get somebody's baby daddy. You get somebody's grandpa. You get somebody's pension pimp. You get some old NBA player. Or you get a dummy. You know what you don't get? You don't get a fellow who gets looked up to and admired by others. Now that you don't get. That's when you're not in the discount bin, when you're not in the clearance rack, you get choice cuts, you get top shelf, you get prime choice, you get top picks. You don't have to settle for somebody else in a discount bin. He gets 100% of you, and you get 100% of him. You're not eligible for that. There is no man who's got all of his options in front of him, who is admired, looked up to at that level. He's not looking for you. Oh, he would spend some time with you, but he's not looking for you. And that's where you are competing at now, Brittany. You're competing for that. You're competing for another Stephon Diggs, who nobody knew him as a football player. They now know him as Cardi B's baby daddy. You're competing for that. That's what you're fighting and scrapping through the playoffs to get. You're not fighting for a trophy. You're fighting for fourth place. Not even second or third, fourth. You're fighting just to be on the list. I could have had a medal. I almost got a medal. So wear your hijabs and wear your wigs and go ahead and get on Instagram Live and whatever else and spend whatever kind of psychotropic, medication-induced, hallucinatory, psychotropic drugs you want to spew out here. Go ahead and do that if it makes you feel better. But what you really need to do is go get you some plants and some pets. I'm going to leave the pills out of the discussion. Go ahead and do that. And stop getting mad at people giving the math. You need to make yourself comfortable in that discount bin. And you need to be real. First of all, you're not lying to us. You just stop lying to yourself. You're not lying to us. Not at all. You're not. And there are other females out there who thought that they were going to lie to everybody else. There are other females who thought they were going to, oh, no, not just yet, not just yet. No, you see, Brittany, you might want to keep your eyes and ears open. Damn! Oh, because you got company. As a matter of fact, this may be your future. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Apryl Jones. Well, Miss Apryl Jones of Marion fame, I believe. Miss Apryl Jones, who was running through all the B2K or whatever. Oh, man. And by the way, shout out to Apryl. Let me be very, very clear about the next thing I'm about to say right here. Shout out to Apryl. I'm not joking. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not none of that. I'll be the last damn person to sit up here and dunk on somebody for having a 9-to-5. Even though the women do it to the men all the time.
And deal with it, nigga.
One more thing. I'm the last fella to dunk on somebody for having a 9-to-5. But oh yeah, one more thing. The women diss and ditch the men every day for it. Please remember the brother from the Cosby Show. He's working at the grocery store, and the females were absolutely ruthless. The females were absolutely merciless to him. When you a black man and you hit hard times or the money runs out or you got to do what you got to do, the females are ruthless. The females are merciless. They didn't give a damn what happened to him, how it happened to him. They did not care. They're like, oh, the niggas, don't kick a nigga while he's down. Why not? He's right by my foot. And the women didn't care. They put boots right to his ribs. There was no compassion. There was no sympathy. There was no nothing. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a man and you end up in a position like this, they dissing you all over the damn place. So I'm going to be a bit more charitable. And I'm going to say, it's all good work here. It's all cool. I got no issue with that. But, wait till you hear this, folks, because, wait till you hear this.
So I'm outside. Today was my first day, and I was scanning my patients. It's like riding a bicycle, It really is. I'm back in action.
Do you mean to tell me that Apryl Jones is a nurse?
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man.
Fellas, ladies, because I've already looked into this, by the way. I've already looked into this. So, do you mean to tell me that she's doing healthcare? Do you mean to tell me she's nursing? Huh. Interesting. I'm not beating up on nothing here. I'm not beating up on nothing here. It's just that, it's to anybody out there who ever wanted to sit up here and doubt me about the top hoe careers. What? What's at the top of the list? What's at the top of the list? What's second on the list? Oh man. Yeah, just one brief reminder to you all. Just a brief reminder. Okay, when they're in the healthcare field, alrighty then. Fellas, to the young men out there listening, I know a lot of you were raised with incredibly Pollyannish, look it up. I know a lot of you were raised with incredibly naive upbringings. You have been bullied into thinking that everything is just stereotypical, and that if the person doesn't tell you, I'm a hoe, then you can't make assumptions and generalizations. That's your hoe mama and your deadbeat daddy talking. In the real world, yes, you can. If a fella got a weed habit, he's not a good employee. That's not an assumption. Those are clues to his character. And if a female is in nursing, that's not a stereotype. That's not an urban myth. And some idiot told you that hoes don't go to school. Are you kidding me? Hoes go to school every day. They go to school every day. And they look for jobs where they think that they're going to get access to men who make a lot more money or something like that, or whatever they feel is, most applicable to their personality. But to the young men, if you're talking to a chick in nursing, stop playing yourself. Stop fooling yourself. Stop lying to yourself. We're not being disrespectful. We're not making assumptions. We are giving you a definitive analysis based on the evidence and information that we have collected and collated. It's not a myth. It's real. And that's fine that it's real so long as you level with yourself. Now, if you want to lie to yourself and say that that doesn't mean anything, if you want to lie to yourself and say, oh, you make an assumption, how do you make that? Because the evidence in the real world, if you want to tell yourself that, that's fine. You do that. You will also suffer the consequences of being willfully ignorant. That's all. Period. So yeah, Apryl Jones is back in healthcare. And that's all great. That's wonderful. That's legit. Well, she got 3 kids now. So, hey, Tay Diggs is like, hey, he's trying to get his career back on track. So he can't keep carrying you around. So a girl and Omarion ain't answering the phone. What? And I don't think Fizz is picking up either. Damn. So yeah. Omarion's not answering the phone like that, and I don't think Fizz is picking up neither. So she's got to shake a tail feather. She got to shake a tail feather and, do what she got to do. And I respect that. Let me be very, very careful. Let me be very clear. I respect that. No joke, no sarcasm. I respect it.
It's so nice too. It's really nice to be a part of a team of people who just welcome you in, who are so nice, that are willing to help you and just take their time with you and all of that. Like, so if you're working at a job and the people around you just make you feel welcome, just be grateful for that. I know that I am, because it's not always been that way. So yeah, man, I'll be keeping you guys posted. Peace.
Also, I think she wanted to let you know.
And shall I say, so I have a day off tomorrow, which is going to be the day that I'm going to be studying for a movie that I just got offered. And I start shooting that, which I will be showing you guys being on set Friday. And
Okay, so she's got a movie offer. I'm assuming it's not OnlyFans. What? But yeah, she wanted to let y'all know that, by the way, she moonlights as a nurse, but she's still doing some other stuff here. So, all right. And some of y'all said Tubi. All right. It might be Tubi. It might be Fluby. Might be Tubi. It might be Fluby. And I'm not sitting here to diss or anything, but yeah, I got to say it. Damn. Oh, man. Girl, you done fell off. She went from Omarion to Dr. Dre to Tay Diggs. I mean, she got passed around, tossed around, slung around. How in the hell did you lay up under that many zeros on a man's paycheck? She done laid up under multimillionaires and billionaires. And this is how well she played her cards? Oh, no, baby, we can't overlook that. This is how well she played her cards, y'all. This is how well she played them. You better pay attention, Brittany. This may be your future incoming, so this is so you can emotionally prepare yourself, so that you may emotionally brace yourself. But yeah, y'all, after she done laid up under this many fellas making this much money, that's the best she was able to do with it. Y'all, if you say that she fumbled the bag, give me the money bag emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. So for 1,600 people in here live right now, folks are not liking my likes tonight. I guess they are not liking what I'm saying. I suppose they are offended by what I'm saying. But if you all say she fumbled the bag, give me the money bag emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. Or I might have to close up early tonight. That's cool too. If folks don't like the program, I will not torment you. But I just thought I would take a moment to point out to you that some folks has ended up in the discount bin. Y'all thought the discount bin was for chicks in their 40s and 50s. Oh, no. They getting dumped in the bin now in their 30s and even in their 20s. They getting tossed in for pickup. And no disrespect to Apryl Jones, however, we got to keep it real. And she was hustling them draws dirty. And she was just doing whatever and whenever, however. So, like most females, she told herself, well, I'm more well known than most other females. So that's my immunity. I have a lifetime amnesty because I'm famous. There's always a 7-figure nigga in my DMs, and she's right. There is. Why, she probably looked up last year and saw Shaquille O'Neal. What? Shaq just going from one damn account to another, as it seems. But you know what Shaq ain't doing? He's not marrying none of y'all, and he's not getting you pregnant either. Shaq is just going for the ride, and as soon as the ride's over, he's hopping off and grabbing another ticket and see if he can get back home with another park. What these fellas in your DMs are not doing is A, trying to figure out how to be shackled to you for life, and B, trying to figure out how they're going to upgrade what's going on. That's what's not happening. Right there. And Apryl Jones would have had all of y'all think that everything was great and everything was fine and everything was Swayze and she was on the come up and don't worry about me. And it's like, okay, but it was just a slide downward. It was just a slide downward, not even a slow one. I mean, she just fell straight off the cliff. The problem is not getting dudes to invest. Why would Dre invest in a business for her? Why? Especially when that's not what she wants. These chicks are out here trying to invent or figure out their way to hustle their way into a soft life era. It doesn't matter where they are. The more affluent and capable the man is, the less she feels like she should have to do. Don't you see how long she held out before she put her application in? She figured that there was going to be another Hollywood celebrity that was going to set her up, and that would be it. That'd be all. And she figured if she went older, one of those older guys was going to blow his SAG-AFTRA pension, or he was going to blow his residual money from his platinum albums, and she'd be straight. That's being in the discount bin, Brittany. Before you chicks were dropping the load, you were eligible for that. Your mind has not caught up with your temporal reality. Your corporeal reality, your brain ain't caught up to where you actually are yet. You still way back there mentally envisioning yourself every day you get up talking about, I don't look that bad, I don't look bad, comparing yourself to the Britney of 10 years ago. Baby, your life today and your life then are totally different. You're a totally different woman with a whole new group of liabilities. And you have failed to come to grips with it, and you are refusing to accept where you really are today. You better keep your eye on Apryl, because that's the reality. This is what happens when you run out of bargaining power. I said this 5 years ago when everybody else was losing their minds during the pandemic. I said it 5 years ago. I'll repeat it again today. You're dealing with a different generation out here today. Gen X, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, even the millennials. Baby, y'all, it's different. You millennial females telling yourselves that every man's going to be a sucker. These cats ain't like the baby boomers out here today. The baby boomers, you all had tons of options. That's why so many of these hoes chasing them old niggas now. Those are the only ones still operating on the dumb stuff. The fellas in your age group, the fellas who are still out here getting it, most of them, they through with that. As I covered last week, there's a reason why you got more women in their 40s cranking out bastard kids than females in their teens. Because the females in their teens, their male counterparts in their teens ain't trying to get trapped with you. And the fellas in their 20s ain't trying to get trapped with you. So that only leaves you the dummies in Gen X and the fossils from the baby boomers. And that's all you got. But you are not flush with dumb options among millennials and Gen Z and younger. Baby, y'all ain't got it. You don't have it. It's not there. You all were gambling that there would be a wealth of idiots and gullible simps for you to choose from, and now you found out they're not there. You don't have any leverage. And now you desperately need it. Want me to tell you what happened? I'll tell you what happened to Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones is just a cute chick in California or wherever she is, carrying a whole bunch of bills. Damn! That's where she really is. No disrespect. But the reality is, baby, when you was with a man who's out there touring, he's out here with his group and touring, he's paper chasing, he's still trying to get it. Yeah, you start thinking you got financial leeway you really don't have when you're still connected to him. Yeah, but he's still out here trying to get it. And your lifestyle was attached to him. Now that you've been decoupled from him, you realize, you ain't really got a check coming for yourself. He's still out here getting it. Like I said, your brains didn't catch up to where you actually physically are. Your brains are still back there somewhere. It's not actually up here caught up to where you actually at. So people, if you're going to live in one of these stylish places, these name places, you're going to drive a $100,000 car, you're going to try to live that life, man, that life costs. It costs every month, and the price keeps going. Then you dump 3 kids on top of it. Then you dump the ever-escalating cost of living. Then you dump all that on top of it. Man, look here, it's just getting more expensive. I covered this with y'all last week. $5 million for the American dream. And remember, the more money you make, the more you get taxed. The more money you make, the more you get taxed. That's where Apryl is. And she was pulling the weight with Omarion, and now she doesn't have a partner to make sure he's got her back to carry that weight. Now she's got to be her own man. Now she got to be her own man. She used to have a man to help carry that weight. Now she's got to be the man. Now we all know where this goes from here. She's not going to be looking so cute anymore. It's not going to be none of that. She might put on some weight. She's going to see if she can grab a doctor somewhere. Good luck to you. She's going to see if she can try to hold it together, but it's going to be hard as hell now. You can either be an Instagram chick or you can be the most stylish nurse ever, but you can't do both. Can't do both. That leverage is gone. But Apryl is not the only one. I'm getting back to you all tonight with the main attraction, old Cardi B. Boy, I'm telling you, the gift that keeps on giving. Fellas, leave them chicks on the pole. Stop looking for a hoe with a heart of gold. Stop telling yourself that she's gonna change. Stop telling yourself that foolishness. So Cardi B is pregnant by Stefan the Dummy Diggs, who's got other chicks pregnant, so his money is already splitting all over the damn place, but don't let that get in your way. Well, Cardi B wanted to let you all know, because people started getting at her and putting out there, baby, yo man got another chick pregnant. What are we doing here? And you haven't even divorced your husband yet. This fella is sitting up here getting chicks pregnant like he's the drive-through window at McDonald's. And this is the best that Cardi B could come up with to respond with, people. This is what she came up with.
Barbara, this is Shirley. Yup, it's me. Hi. Yeah, that's your baby daddy, bitch. That's my baby daddy too, girl. Well, what now? I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out, bitch. Hello, Barbara, this is Shirley. Yup, it's me. Hi. Yeah, that's your baby daddy, bitch. That's my baby daddy too, girl. Well, what now? I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out, bitch.
Nigga, what?
Yeah, you heard it right. You heard it right. Now, let me get this straight. I want to make sure I got this next part straight. I want to make sure I don't misunderstand anything. So, you got mad at Offset and you broke up your marriage because Offset might have been sleeping with another chick. And you felt so bad. You felt so disrespected by your husband that you decided to hit the streets, and go show that you could pull another 7-figure dude. Now you got a boyfriend you've been carousing around and showing off to the world, and he's out here he ain't just sleeping with other women, he getting them pregnant. What? So you left Offset, and this is the best you could do. So you tried to tell all of us that you were gonna level up. This was the level up. This right here was leveling up. So you left your husband because you didn't like his sex habits. Okay, but Stefan Diggs, you and another chick pregnant at the same damn time, that's cool. That right there is cool. Offset sleeping with other women, that's out of line. We ain't gonna have none of that. I ain't that kind of hoe. Stefan Diggs, okay, me and this other chick both walking around pregnant as hell together. Really? So that's acceptable. So that's leveling up. Welcome to the discount bin, Cardi. Welcome to the discount bin. I said it then. I said what was going to happen if she attempted to leave Offset. I said what was going to occur. I told you all exactly what was going to happen. Not only did she not get another Offset, she's just baby mama 3, 4, or whatever in the mix she is. This is like Ciara going backwards. So now she went from being a wife and a mother to being a baby mama while she's still married. Okay. Some women, it's not going to work for you. It's just not going to work for you. And then on top of everything else, by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't throw this out there. Here she is, pregnant with absolutely zero self-awareness, leaning on the hood of that Escalade. And I mean, just... Y'all remember that video from years ago of Pinky? Pinky the porn chick when she sitting at the strip club and just, baby, I know you need the money, but you are no longer thick. You are just spud. Y'all remember that? Like nobody tells them, baby, you're not thick anymore. This is a bad look. Oh, this is like some niche porn. Yeah, this is what we're doing now. We're doing this. I mean, you gotta be in pretty good shape to twerk, and if you're pregnant, but it's like your body, that your muscles might be in good shape, but your class is not. So yeah, Stefan Diggs' kid. It's like you don't think Stefan cares? It's just he's just whacking out kids like Jolly Ranchers. The quality of the female isn't really a consideration. So, hey, Brittany Renner, you might want to check and see if Stefan Diggs is willing to whack out another one. What? Somebody call Brittany Renner. Stefan Diggs might be willing to whack out one more. By the way, just in case, if you want a chick who, she can't wear the high-cut jeans, she can't really close the front of them, she's having some issues. They don't make her. She might want to go buy some size 20 jeans. What? If you're going to wear cut-off jeans at this point, Cardi, you might want to just go get some size 20s. See if you can get some size 20 or 22s for the waist, because otherwise it's like, if she tries to stand up and twerk, they might just fall down around her ankles. That would be undignified. That would be undignified. So, yeah. Oh, boy, I'm just saying, some of y'all you thought your mamas were out of pocket, and then you look at this and it's like, maybe she wasn't so bad at all. Yeah, for some of you fellows who thought your mama was out of pocket, it's like, wait a minute. One more thing. Okay. One more thing here, too. Wait a minute. Let me do that again there. Just wanted to see that. Yeah. Oh, these are not really shorts now, are they? Well, I thought they were shorts at first. These are not really shorts either. Okay. Yeah, these are not really shorts like that. All right. Okay. Jason, you going off. No, I'm not. I'm just making some observations. I was like, all right. I thought they were just shorts. They're not. All right. So, fellas, step on up. Cardi B is available. Cardi B is available, and she's going to try to whack out 3 or 4 more kids before it's over. Fellas, if you grab a chick off the pole, I don't care how much money she makes. Money doesn't make a man an alpha, and money damn sure doesn't make a female classy. I don't care how much money she makes. I don't care how popular she is. If your chick used to twirl on the pole, leave her on the pole. I've never set foot in a strip club in my entire existence. I'm not hating on you dudes who do, though I think it's a waste of money. But even if you live in that life, leave the broad at the club. For some of you fellows who like to pay a little extra money, I think that's hella dumb. But if you do, at least be smart enough to leave her at the club. At least have enough brains to leave her there. You sit up here and she starts twirling and doing sex tricks like you ain't never seen before, and then next thing you know, you like, I'll be damn, I don't want another nigga getting all this. And here you go, start chasing lifestyle inflation. If I spend a few more $1,000, she'll sit still. She's like, all right, got you. She's like, got you. But yeah, Cardi B has decided to zero out her value altogether. She told the world how she was going to get a better dude than Offset. She was talking about how she was going to get a better dude than Offset. Now, would any of you like to place any wagers about how long it's going to be before Cardi B is on Instagram Live cussing Stefan Diggs smooth, slap the hell out, calling him everything but a child of God, and talking about how no good he is? How long would you all like to wager before that happens? Oh, I certainly think it'll be within the next 24 calendar months. I'm predicting she gonna try to hold strong because the embarrassment right now would be epic. She's trying to sell some music, so she doesn't really want that happening, but the next 12 to 24 months, it'll be no longer than 24 months. It'll be no longer than 24 months. Most likely the next 12, no longer than the next 24. As soon as the kid's able to start goo-goo and gaga and walking some, and she needs a man to come around and help. And okay, here's the way it works. And my baby daddies out there, y'all dudes, y'all know how y'all living. My baby daddies out there, you know the drill, you know the deal. You know how it goes, especially if you got multiple babies. The chick you get pregnant now, she's okay as long as she's the last one. Y'all run that game on these dumb chickens, and if she thinks she's going to be the last one, then she'll go for it. But dude, if you get her pregnant and then you get another chick pregnant, what? Or you start fooling with one of your other baby mamas again, damn, then she's going to go off. Nigga, I thought you turned a new leaf when you with me. She's overlooking all the other chicks. But for you, it's like, okay, she expects to be the last one. And if you show her that she's not the last one, now she gonna flip. Now she gonna flip out. Now she gonna lose her mind. Somebody said his contract ends in 2027. Okay. Yeah, I know the drill. She's talking mess now because she's kind of caught in it. But no female wants to be going around with another chick pregnant by her dude. How the hell do you sit up here and argue that? How do you rationalize this to yourself? How are you supposed to have any redeeming value from this? Don't work that way. So yeah, she's going to talk big right now. But as soon as it's time to start taking care of this new kid and Stefan starts acting like Stefan again and he starts looking for another hoe who's not pregnant and he's cool if he don't see the kids and he's cool with you just sitting around because he wanted sexual access but he wasn't really trying to get mobbed up with you. Okay. Then she's going to come back and try to demonize him and tell everybody how terrible he is and how awful he is and he don't see his kids. And it's going to be Offset times 3. But she's going to really try to hang in there tough because she made an impulsive decision. Now she's pregnant. Now she's going to give birth. Now it's going to be her and Stefan no matter what. Offset is out the picture altogether, so you can't double back to him. And when she gets ready to start punking somebody out, now it's Stefan's turn. He's been nominated. And the killing part about it is, that's it. She's zeroed out. At least if she is stuck with Offset, she kind of could have got out the game clean. Now she's just back out here in the streets, and this is the best she could do. Fellas, the reason why you need to stay on your game, stay on your grind, you cannot be driven by a female. You get driven by your own desires and goals. Every female is going to try to convince you that she's going to level up. Fellas, the reason why you need to have a high level of productivity is because do you realize you're in rare air? Every female is going to try to promise you that she's going to level up. She's going to promise you that it's going to be bigger and better. She's going to promise you she has a whole great new situation. Then you look back and this is what's really going on. There are just those who admit it and those who suffer in silence, but this is what's really going on. She wanted you all to believe that Stefan was Mr. Clean and everything is so great. And it's just like these other chicks are like, man, ho, please.
Ho, please.
Yeah, I mean, she's making noodles and I guess she's trying to figure out how to cook. Baby, you should have been doing that with Offset. So let me get this straight. You wait until you bust up your marriage to start figuring out how to cook. You know, if you had done that for Offset, he would have had a place to be sitting at. You talking about he was sleeping with other women, he might have just wanted a meal. He might have just wanted a square meal. He's like, damn, if we're going to pay nannies and chefs to cook for us, I might as well start sleeping with the nanny. So she waits till she leaves Offset. Now she wants to learn how to cook. Now she wants to learn how to do that. Okay. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the lines to the Zoom are now open. And you are more than welcome to go ahead and call us up. Let me go ahead and pin that to the top of the chat room. You are more than welcome to give us a call, and you can weigh in on that. And we'll be glad to speak with you here. In the meantime, I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to support a nice program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to my man, DMV Nation. Thank you very much for your support tonight, brother. We appreciate that. Ivy Holistic Gentlemen's Lounge has been giving out some memberships tonight. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate that. The gift that keeps on giving. Very much appreciated here as well. I got folks lining up on the Zoom now, so you have been warned. If you want to get in where you fit in, I suggest you jump on that. Before I do, Speaking of people in the discount bin. Speaking of people that I've talked about before and people in the discount bin. I would be remiss if I did not touch on one Russell Wilson. I would be remiss if I didn't. Now, first of all, you damn right. Did I call it or did I call it?
And deal with it, nigga.
For those of you who hate it, because you've been singing Ciara's prayer, and I want y'all to understand something. A lot of y'all who listen to me got love for me. And I appreciate that. You got love for me. But I also understand that a bunch of you who listen, you hating. I know that you hate watch. And I know you show up because you like, damn that nigga. And I know it. And I know this is breaking your damn ass. I get it. I understand. I know you were hoping that this season that Jason doing all that big talk. Come on, Russ. Prove that nigga wrong just once. I'll spend the rest of my life throwing it in his face. Just win one for the Gipper.
Nigga, what?
But I know y'all were breaking out your chakras and your lucky quarters and flipping them and your voodoo dolls. And, oh, I know you was doing the most. And I get it. I know it and I get it. Yeah, buddy, it just wasn't meant to be. And if you had listened to me 4 years ago, you wouldn't have gotten your hopes up for nothing. So you and Russell look ridiculous. Now, folks, this next part right here is painful. Oh, this next part is painful. And this is all a part of tonight's program, the discount bin. This next part, people, is painful. If you did not, now the first game of the season, folks tried to act like folks were not listening to me for the first game of the season. Then they just said, it's just one game. Then he played the Dallas Cowboys. He played great. He also lost against probably the worst team in the league. He did great. I said, okay. Very next week against Kansas City. This was last Sunday. Folks, I want to show you something. I want to show you this. Let me go ahead and zoom in on this so you all can see this. Some of y'all say, don't zoom in, nigga. I don't want you to do all that there. Oh, we gonna zoom in. This is a compilation of Russell Wilson's plays on Sunday. He knew even then, when he walked out there Sunday, he knew his job was on the line. And I want you to take a look, feast your eyes on some of the plays. Now, for those of you who don't know football, he plays for the Giants, so the guys in blue, those are the Giants. The guys in red, those are the Kansas City Chiefs. Russell is the quarterback for the New York Giants. And take a look at what he does. He threw the ball straight through the damn end zone. Let me say that again. He doesn't throw the ball to one of his players. He doesn't know what to do and throws the ball straight through the end zone. So just straight out of bounds. He tried to run the ball. That didn't go well. He tries again. He can't figure out what to do and throws the ball not even to a receiver. He just throws it out again. Again, he throws it straight out. And then, once again, he's looking around. He throws it out again, straight across the end zone, folks. Nobody to catch it, no one in sight. You take a look at this. The New York fans are like, the Kansas City fans are feeling bad for New York. You can see him. He's just sitting back here cheesing like, man, it sucks to be y'all. I hope that looks like Kansas City Chiefs colors because this is New York Giants. I think Chiefs are like, yep, good to be us, sucks to be y'all. So you can see the New York fans, they're just apoplectic, Look it up. You bought season tickets, and people, let me tell you, ain't no place in football like New York. New York is the biggest media market. New York is the most ruthless city for it. It really, really is. These are the fans wishing they were watching another sport. They like, we'll be damned. And Russell's like, I'm doing great. What you patting him on the head for, bruh? The fans are like, why don't you punch him? Doing great, Russell. Okay. But yeah, folks, he didn't just do it once. He was just throwing it all. He couldn't figure out how to get it to a receiver. Rather than throw it to them, he just throws it out. However, that's just one interpretation. I have a different interpretation of Sunday's events. Now, if you're one of these numbskull, Nimrod, gullible people who thinks that Russell Wilson is just some bottomless do-gooder from the Disney Channel, what I'm about to say next is just over your head and beyond your ability to comprehend. Folks, what if Russell didn't do that accidentally? What? People, Russell Wilson is too good of a quarterback to be doing this accidentally. I don't think this is an accident. I think Russell was doing this on purpose. I think that Russell was resentful and angry because they let him know that his job was on the line Sunday, and he's like, man, I'm worth more than that. Y'all should be glad to have me. You know what? If I'm gonna lose, damn it, I'm gonna lose big. Folks, Russell Wilson is too good of a quarterback. According to the Russell Wilson stands and butt kissers, he's too good of a quarterback for this. You know what? I agree with you. Russell Wilson's play has declined, but doing this right here? No, that's not a fella whose play has declined. That's a fella who's figured, you know what? If I'm going to lose, we all going to lose. Fine. You don't like it? I'm going to give you some. Folks, they were booing him. In the stadium, they were booing, and they were saying, we want Jackson Dart. That's the quarterback from Ole Miss that they drafted to the Giants. He came in the stadium with the folks booing him. Russell was getting booed, and the fans, you could hear it all night. We want Jackson Dart. We want Jackson Dart. They would say that or either start Dart, start Dart. When he was out there, they booed him the whole time, and they were saying they wanted his backup quarterback to start. And what I'm saying is, let's take a look at Seattle. Russell Wilson, what? He wanted them to get rid of Pete Carroll? So let me get this straight. You and Pete Carroll conspired against beast mode. So because y'all wanted Russ to be the MVP because he's felt so deficient his entire life. He's felt so insufficient that he saw an opportunity to do it. And of course, he's a backstabber. So we're going to undermine beast mode. And we want Russell to be MVP of the Super Bowl. And you lost every damn thing. And then after that went bad, after Russell stabs teammates in the back, then he decides, okay, I'm going to stab Pete Carroll. Y'all going to keep me or Pete Carroll and let you go. And then he goes to Denver. He negotiates this crazy deal. And instead of him taking a pay cut to stay in Denver, he decides, okay, I'll just take the money and I'll let y'all, I'll leave. But I'm keeping the money. Then he goes to Pittsburgh and he realizes, damn, nobody's willing to pay nothing. I better start smart. Okay, but dude, you don't have the talent or the ability anymore. And now he's with the Giants on his last leg, and he's resentful. He doesn't really have the playing ability. He doesn't have the respect. Everybody's looking past him. They let him start, and he feels like he should be a starter. I've been here long. I should have seniority. I think he went out there and he was like, you know what? Screw New York. Y'all don't want me? Well, screw you. I don't want you. Oh, you're not just going to lose this game. I'm going to make y'all a laughing stock. You're going to lose big. Fine, you don't think I can play? Let me show you not playing. That looks bad, doesn't it? And I submit to you that this is the real Russell Wilson. Not this cartoon caricature that some of you dummies have fallen for on his Instagram or something. This is the real him. The one that Marshawn Lynch and now Richard Sherman is talking, and Richard's telling the damn truth. Y'all can go look it up on YouTube. Jason Whitlock's Jabba the Hutt ass, shut up. Yeah, now that cats can tell the damn truth, you don't have this many people talking against you and you cool people. You do not have this many of your fellow players speaking against you like this, and you're cool people. He never was. And I'm telling you, this is who he really is. And this is who he really is in his marriage. What? Oh, I'm just telling you that. I'm telling you, it's birds of a feather. He's petty. He's selfish. He's immature. And now he's got and he's manipulative and scheming. But he's just not very good at the scheming part. Well, he's married a woman who's on the same thing. And now it's official that the end of his career is now in sight. He might hang on for dear life as a backup quarterback, but the end is nigh. And at this point right now, it's like, okay, another team, their fans will revolt if they trade him to another team. After what happened in New York, after Pittsburgh and New York, that's the route. And I submit to you that this is what he really is. And that this is who he's going to be at home when him and Ciara aren't there. Now, when he doesn't have to play anymore and it's him and Ciara by themselves. And now I want to introduce one last specter into the room. You see, Ciara did not get with Russell Wilson to be a laughing stock.
Nigga, please.
See, Russ, you were supposed to polish Ciara's image. You were supposed to give her plausible deniability. You were supposed to make her an it girl. You were supposed to make her hot again, or at least give her plausible deniability to be hot. You didn't do that. You have become the biggest joke in the league, and you are now famous, Russell. Congratulations, you got what you wanted. You're the most famous player in the NFL today for being laughed at and mocked. Is this what Ciara signed up for? She can't wear any of the jerseys of any of the teams that you played for. She can't do that. She can't wear a Steelers jersey, can't wear a Giants jersey, can't wear a Broncos jersey. Hell, she can't even wear a Seahawks jersey. I don't think she married you to be with a laughing stock. She married you to get her status up, and now you've drug it straight down. She can't go out in public with you because the fans will be relentless. These people are genuinely upset and unhappy with you. She's not going to want to go places and hear the laughing and the snickering. She already went to the Breakfast Club and they told her that you're a lame and a simp. The heat's already on. Now you're adding this to it? Yes, it'll be interesting indeed to see how you two handle things now that you've lost your status in the league and your wife is going to have more popularity and status than you. Not next year, but this year. Not next year, this year. Ciara is going to have more status and be more famous or more liked than you this year. The NFL cannot see you retire soon enough. Is that what Ciara signed up for when she thought she was leveling up after Future? A man that anywhere she takes, They talk about he became a bust, a man who isn't respected by anybody else in the league. Is that what she signed up for? For that? Okay. Oh, don't worry. We'll find out. We'll find out. But as I say, perhaps you disagree. Maybe you want to correct some things. Perfectly fine by me. We got folks over here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and check on that. We got AT up here on Zoom. Let me go ahead and see if we can get AT up here. AT. Let's see if his Zimbabwe broadband is going. Looking for AT here. AT, folks, if you're on Zoom, just make sure you have your camera, your microphone turned on. That's just for me. That's not for YouTube. YouTube is not going to see you, but just to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. Just want to make sure we don't have any trolling issues. AT, I can give you a couple more seconds here to go ahead and take care of that for me. AT is on Zoom, but his camera's not on for me here, so he might be trolling. I'm not sure what's going on. There you go, AT. All right, what's on your mind?
Sorry about that. I had a little technical difficulties, but you hit it spot on. Apryl Jones, I work in healthcare. As you can tell, I'm in my scrubs, got off. The reason she went to healthcare is because these healthcare workers, these nurses take so much time off that they're barely even there working. That's why you think the nursing shortage is because there's not enough nurses. No, it's because they're all taking PTO. They don't want to work for real. And she picked the right she picked the right career to go into, because now she can take her time off and go do these other ventures and movies, whatever she said she was going to be doing. But she doesn't want to be in healthcare for real. She wants to be back in the spotlight. So yeah.
Well, it's a supplement for the income. You know, I mean, she's just showing, brother, it's hard out here. If you don't have some kids by some fellas moving 8 figures, you know, you're not going to be able to sit up like that. Not with the lifestyle she wants. You know, you want to be driving Bentleys and whatever else. You're going to need to make, if you're going to have a kid by somebody, it's got to be by a fella who can haul that kind of weight. But if you were never married to him, you can't run that hustle. So, brother, what she's really finding out is how rough it is out here.
Yeah. And then you hit it also with Russell Wilson and Stephon Diggs. These NFL players, Stephon Diggs, for example, he's made $155 million in his 10-year career, I believe, in the NFL, and it's going to take him no less than 3 or 4 years out the league before he blows all of that child support. All this stuff is going to just eat away at that. He doesn't even see it coming, and he just squandered all his wealth, and he doesn't even know it yet.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, professional sports is really one of the last repositories for rich dummies, because you didn't earn it. You know, you have athletic ability, but you didn't build the NBA. You didn't build the NFL. You didn't fund it. So you're a very high paid employee as a fluke of genetics. So you're basically an entertainer, but that's not something that your personal competence created. So you might have athletic competence, but you're lacking at everything else. And there's a bunch of predatory women out there who are going to take advantage. And all he's really done is just show you he's just going to be another one fighting off chicks for the next 20 years.
Yeah.
This was the level up.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole situation with Cardi B and what she claims she left the situation to go to something else is just that's all baloney. And yeah, she looks like a fool. And think about it, she has a whole album rollout. She's pregnant. That means she's not going to be able to tour like she wants to. That's money lost right there. She just fumbled everything. I don't know what the hell they doing. It's crazy.
She's kind of done it before, I think, performing while she was pregnant. So she's going to have to hang in there because she got bills to pay. I mean, let's just keep it real. She got bills to pay. She lives in a very expensive place, a very expensive part of the world. She lives a very expensive lifestyle. She doesn't have Offset there to back it up anymore. And Stephen damn sure ain't going to do it. So she's going to have to just keep working. That's why she's doing as much as she can right now. She's going to have to keep working. She's going to have to keep bringing it in. And she's going to have to keep doing it at a high level. So she's basically going to have to perform until she's ready till she's ready till the water bursts. She's gonna have to
Yeah,
do it.
and I think Offset's the one holding up the divorce because think about it, he has all the leverage now. She got pregnant with another guy's baby while they're still technically married. Like I think he's the one holding up the divorce because I think he wants some money out of the deal and some of her properties, I think, is what has been reported. So I mean, I don't know how she managed to get herself in this situation. But
you know, he got himself in this situation when you wiped up a stripper, man. Dudes, if you don't believe that a woman's past is paramount and crucial, all I gotta say is Cardi B. That's all I gotta say. Fellas, you ignore a woman's past at your own peril. That is who she is. When she gets mad at you, when she feels like she wants to power play, when she gets resentful, she's going to resort to who she is. And that's what Cardi is doing. I'm sure she was dynamite in bed. I'm sure she was. For both men and women. What? Damn! Oh, I'm sorry. Did we forget about that? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we forget about that? Oh, okay. Too soon? I'm not supposed to remind y'all? I'm not dissing anybody. I'm not disrespecting anyone. But by the way, yeah, she's a stripper who has known both men and women. Let me go wipe that up. No, that's the girlfriend. That's the side chick. That's not the wife. Like a Tiana Taylor, it's okay. Somebody like that, all right, they want to go sleep with men and women, all right. Go ahead and do that. But you wife her at your own risk. You don't do that. Oh, she extra freaky. Yeah, but that's her defining characteristic. You trying to shoehorn in those other qualities, eventually it's going to rear its head. And it did. So, yeah, that's what Offset married. He married a stripper. And it ended about as well as you can expect. Tell me one of these strippers, Amber Rose, whoever, tell me one that has ended well for somebody. Tell me the guy who went off into the sunset and is happily ever after. Tell me one that has ended well for him.
It's a cautionary tale that I guess these fellas keep falling into, and hopefully one day they'll start to learn their lesson. Maybe some of these younger NBA, NFL guys won't fall into the trap, but you got people like Zion Williams and PJ Washington and some of these other guys still making the same mistake as some of these older players. So I don't know who's going to break this cycle, but
it's evolution, brother. It's Darwinism. It's Darwinism. The weak and the dumb, they get picked off. That's the way it's going to be forever. Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, I mean, look, y'all, you can tell them it's not that they don't know. It is not that they don't know. If you are weak and dumb and easily taken advantage of, you are going to get picked off. That's the way it's always been, and that's the way it's going to remain. You're going to get picked off. You're going to get taken advantage of. There's a never-ending stream of vultures ready to pick the bones. And you will be next. Some of these fellas here, they just don't care. They don't care, and we all know how it ends. They end up later singing the damn blues. All of them come back like, man, you should make a fool of me. PJ Washington thought it was all good, didn't he? Tell me what he thinks about it now. You can say whatever the hell you want to. PJ Washington thought it was all sweet too. Take a look at him now. So when they're young and dumb and they got $100 million contract, a baby mama hits the hits from her are a lot softer when you sitting on 100 million of them things. As time goes on, this will become a lot more uncomfortable. And the only thing you're really going to be wishing is you had somebody else. And these dummies who sat up here and leveraged their souls and then telling themselves it's going to be all right. And it's like, okay, they're grabbing these strippers. They're grabbing these Insta thoughts. They're grabbing these video vixens. And he's so desperate to have something. And Most of your athletes are complete simps and lames. A lame with $100 million is still a lame. PJ Washington went from making single moms to marrying one. And you can see what her attitude and disposition is like. How do you think that one's going to end? So these are guys, they don't have anybody to advise them. They're going to learn everything the hard way. And let me tell you, that's a hell of a thing to look back on, is wasting $100 million, $200 million. On what, man? Child support to some whacked out bipolar antidepressant pill popping wench that you met on Instagram? So that's worth throwing $40-50 million away for? That's worth it. Stupid is as stupid does. I had some folks who fell off of here on Zoom. I don't know where they went to here. Let me go ahead and jump back over here again. I got Ambrosia on Zoom. Ambrosia, what's on your mind?
Hi, Jason. I wanted to chime in with Miss Brittany Winner. And in my opinion, Brittany's world is very small. She's a beautiful young lady, and she lives with her parents. And I think because she has access to men with money, she will always believe that her value hasn't been depleted. And as long as she has men with money that can provide her certain lifestyle that she's accustomed to, she'll never believe that, she's in the discount bin. Her world is small. She even remember the video with her mom? She has people like her mother, I'm pretty sure, that are gassing her up. So for her to say single mothers technically don't have any value, she's in a world that confirms every day that they do.
Okay, when you say that she's got access to men with money, what do you mean?
Like the athletes there. She has athletes, they may not be necessarily smart, but they have more money than your average Joe, like the guy working down at the plant or something like that. She can, in California, having access to parties and things like that with men in the league, she has access to those men. Now, whether or not they will marry her is one thing, but they'll definitely take her out. They'll definitely wine and dine her for the chance to, lay on top of her. And that gives you an illusion that you are worth, I guess, technically more than you think. So as long as she has access to men who are in a certain financial bracket, she'll never believe that. She'll never believe it.
I don't know if she actually has access. Maybe she has exposure.
Okay.
But on the off chance that she does, I don't think that her athlete access card is as valid as it used to be. I don't see how it could be. Not after PJ Washington. I don't think so. And all the fellas can see is it's a bad look. It's usually for the other chicks who get 2 or 3 ball players to get them pregnant. They usually got to be quiet. Brittany has been anything but. So she's not even somebody you could really be seen creeping with, because everybody be like, oh, well, this ain't going to end good for you. But even to that extent, I think she has sexual access. She's got sexual access, but then again, she's always had that.
And that also, I think that also does fool women into thinking, because, there's always it's always some guys who will lay on top of you. And of course, the more money that he may have, she thinks, if I can get a ball players to lay on top of me, that, I'm still got it. Just because she's not sleeping with the guy at the plant, I'm sleeping with ball players, other than sleeping with the average Joe. I think that gives them the illusion, because they elect somebody who has, bigger pockets, a bigger bank account, that their vagina is actually worth that bank account as well. So I just don't believe that she will ever see herself as depreciated until she keeps coming up short. Until she keeps coming up short, as long as there is an athlete willing to sleep on top of her, she's not gonna see it. She doesn't see it. She doesn't. Even with with running to Kevin Gates. Now, she had a problem with Kevin Gates messing with another female, But this is a man who was Muslim, and unless you were born yesterday, Islam, you can have as many women as you can afford, many wives as you can afford, as long as the first wife or the previous wives, lives aren't being affected financially. You can have as many with that. That comes with the territory of being with a man in Islam, and she couldn't even handle that. So for her to say, there's a difference between high quality and high value, she couldn't get a Mufasa. A Mufasa wouldn't fool with her, but somebody with a big price bracket, a bank account like Mr. Kevin Gates. Yeah. So she's contradicting herself even in that. So until she stops getting men within a certain price bracket to stop sleeping with it, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because she believes her vagina is attached to the worth of their income.
I see it a little bit differently. I think that Brittany does get it. I think that reality has already reared its head. And the fact that she's talking like she is, it has. Mm-hmm. I think that Brittany, you know how it is. It's like when you're guilty of something and your best option is to be quiet, but instead you go out and start talking. It's just like, it's like if you've been stealing money at work, You're
telling on yourself.
Well, I would never be stealing money around here. They got too many cameras and folks be checking stuff right here. I just come in and do my job. I don't do none of that. Even when I'm doing overtime, I don't never do nothing like that. It's like, okay, well, nobody said you did, but yeah, but just, some folks, I heard a rumor that somebody said some money was missing, and I don't know why folks do stuff like that. And that's what I think that is. It's something that's bothering you, and you suspect everybody's thinking about it, and you feel ultra guilty, and you just can't just be quiet about it because it's having an effect. Your value is dropping. So you wind up talking about it. Now you're trying to argue against it in a desperate attempt to prevent the reality and the inevitable from happening. So I think she's talking because she sees it. And she feels like, well, what do I do? Do I just sit here and allow this avalanche of, broadcasting and propaganda to go against me, or do I counter program? What do I do? And I think that we all know she has no impulse control whatsoever. And she's decided to counter program. She's decided, I'm just going to start programming my own, and I'm going to start fighting back against it because she feels like it's been a one-way street. And I think, I'm not saying what you're saying is completely inaccurate, but I would just say, I think it's because she does see it. How could she not? If she tried to jump back on the horse again, she was all thirsty for Kevin. We all saw how that happened. That wasn't a joke. She was trying to land him. That wasn't a joke. She was for real serious about doing that. And it didn't work. So she had a public failure in front of everybody. It didn't work. So if she was just doing stuff for fun or something, I could see it differently. I know she means this. She really does. And she's not cool on having such a public failure and rejection. She's not okay with that. That's not what she wanted. She wanted something else. And now, with all she's hearing is an avalanche of criticism. And so she just feels compelled to say that that's not the case. Y'all are wrong. What do you do when you feel like the internet is a public relations firm against you and there's nobody taking your side or putting out your side of the events? What do? Sit quiet? Or do you say, well, damn this, if nobody's going to defend me, I'll defend myself? And then you just start saying a bunch of stuff, which is where she is. I think when you add that together with the wacky wigs and stuff, I think that's where you end up at. I think you end up there. I really do. So certainly there's a part of her that's in denial. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. She certainly is waiting for one more train to come through. But she also sees the odds against her. She hears the murmuring. She hears the rumors. She sees what's happening in her comments section. She sees what happens when she Googles her name, YouTubes her name. She sees what the public thinks. And yeah, she's like, oh, this isn't a joke. This isn't just a few podcasters. This is the prevailing sentiment. And she's trying to speak against it. And the problem is, her talking is not the issue. What she says isn't the real problem. What she does is the problem. The thing she does. Although at this point right now, I don't think there's any redeeming it. We just, as men, we just all know her as the wacky, crazy, biracial chick. We got a million of those. And when a female assumes that position in our minds and in our estimation of her, when we categorize her as that, there is no coming back from that. Because now it's a trust issue. The problem is we don't trust Brittany. And when she showed with PJ Washington, oh, you're as vicious as we thought you were. And then after PJ, all that talking, athletes are dumb. Oh, hell yeah, there's no mistake in this. And then the way she showed out in front of the kids, like, oh, no. No. So what she's trying to do is talk up her value. She's trying to talk it up. Well, you know the problem with that. Value doesn't have to be talked up. It's self-evident. If you have to convince me that you have more value, you don't have it. You don't. We know what we're looking for, what has value, and if you are it, that's it. What we're looking for. If we see you and it's like, I don't know, and you're like, well, let me explain some more to you. And the problem is she's trying to make a case for herself. She's not happy. She's taking a look around. She sees all these athletes and stuff like that. Even Shaquille O'Neal's popping in folks' DMs. And Brittany is realizing now, damn, they're talking to chicks 10, 12 years younger than me. And with no children. And she can talk all this garbage on Instagram, but you need to show me somebody who's going to do that. And even if she could, it'll just be another Stephen Diggs. It'll be another Stephen Diggs. It'll be some pinch and pimp. It'll be some nobody you never heard of. It'll be that. Like Stacey Dash. Damn! No disrespect to Stacey. No disrespect. But it is what it is. Stacey Dash was getting laid on top of by a dude in Port St. Lucie or whatever. Just a lawyer, single father. That was all it took. So let me get this straight. If you're making six figures, and by six figures, I mean 100,000, you could be laying in bed with Stacey Dash. If you don't mind 20, 25 years of depreciation from Clueless, but if you are just dogged and determined to have that fantasy, yeah. Or Vivica Fox. Or Lisa Ray. Or Claudia Jordan, or I can go down the list. And now the available pool is shrunken. Mm-hmm. So every year you get older, you realize how much competition you fighting against. Anybody that Brittany Renner got her eyes on right now, Vivica and the rest of them chicks I just named, they hope they get a call too. It just becomes a race to the bottom. And if you are hell-bent for leather, that the guy you get with has to be known. He's got to have some social status. If you are hell-bent for leather, that's who it got to be. So on top of all those other things I named, it can't just be that he's got to have the income. He's also got to have a name. He's got to have name recognition. Do you realize how infinitesimally small that pool is? Forget the seven-figure income pool being that small. And of those seven figures, he has to be known. Wow. Okay, I guess y'all will all be hanging out at the Falcons game.
Yeah, I think she will probably get an older gentleman who's not in the entertainment, sports, or anything like that. She'll get kind of calmed down a bit, just enough to get her an older guy who may be well off financially to take her on. But even that alone, she will not still see how she ended up in that situation, because she will still be able to get a man in a certain price bracket that's better than your average Joe. And as long as she's able to do that, and there's going to be there's enough older simps out there that will do it just because of the fact that she looks good. She's gorgeous. That alone, she's light skinned, she's got a nice body, she presents well. So as she get older, some guy will snatch her up who's in a particular price bracket better than your average Joe. Some guy will. They're out there and they're waiting. I know that for a fact. They're out there and they're just waiting. All she has to do is just play her cards right, and she'll do it. If she's smart, she'll do it.
I mean, look, OnlyFans is proof of that. I mean, most of the guys on OnlyFans are married to begin with. So, yeah, I mean, OnlyFans is certainly proof of that. Absolutely. Now, whether or not she can close the deal may be a different matter. Because the real thing is, can you keep her stable? Can you keep her from doing that? Because she doesn't like boredom at all. So yeah, they're out there. I just wonder what they may want her. I just wonder if she can mind her manners long enough to want them.
Even if she bags him, it's like playing that role. It's only going to last for so long because she's going to get bored. Stability, consistency, things like that. Peace is boring. And I don't think they realize that. They say they want peace, but they don't realize peace is boring. And when there is no excitement, there's no parties, there's no, being in the A crowd, that will eventually get to her. Remember, she didn't even want to cover herself up for Kevin. And that's part of being a Muslim woman. You can't go out there and with your hair out and your ass out. You can't be with a Muslim man and think you're going to present like that. So even if she does it to get him across the line, it's not going to work because the change won't be genuine. The change in her, the character correcting of the character flaws aren't going to be genuine. So she's going to end up sabotaging it anyway.
Remember that she wants status, though. Remember that. So the guy can't just be well paid. She wants status too. When the rapper Eve got with her husband, that's been a while now. Whatever little slave play thing they got going, that's one thing. If you're a 32, 33-year-old female and you get with a 52, 53-year-old dude, he's not trying to hit the red carpet like that. He's not trying to jet set that Instagram life you live where everything you have to be going and doing things. Your life has to be this high energy. But you got a guy who isn't. So if you go get a mismatch, okay, you may have solved one problem. And by definition, let's just say you have 3 major issues in your life. Well, maybe you can do some triage. There's one that's bigger than the others. So let's just say in this case, it's financial. She's got 3 issues: financial, social, and intellectual. Well, the most pressing is financial because the rent's due every month. All right. If you can solve that one long term, congratulations, you solved that one. But do you realize the other 2 that remain are now going to basically perceptually grow in significance simply because they're the only ones left? So your biggest issue has been, quote, resolved, but now these other issues, you're going to fixate on those. It's like, okay, well, money's got resolved, but we're not having any excitement. What good's the money if I'm bored to death and miserable? And now what? Because the deal that you signed did not guarantee excitement and adrenaline and jet setting and photo bombing. That wasn't what he signed up for. Now what? And in Brittany's case, she very much still wants that. She wants her redemption arc. She wants that. She wants her redemption arc. And you don't... The problem is, ladies, explain something. Let me explain something to you. When you become a single mom, you don't get a redemption arc. You don't. You all can keep holding on to Ciara as much as you damn well please. You don't get a redemption arc. You gonna get the dude that gets you and that's gonna be it. But you are never gonna walk somewhere and have a group of men say, damn, I wish I was your husband. It's not happening. Not the ones you want. Brittany doesn't get a redemption arc. Eve didn't get a redemption arc. She's just got this really awkward dude she's with, and they're doing whatever that little awkwardness is. Nobody's trying to have a Rough Riders reunion. What? Not with her. Dre don't want to do a reunion album. The rap business doors are closed to her. That's it. Everything that made her a name, there's nowhere she goes and gets shine like that. So, you don't get that. Now, she wasn't a single mom, yes, but at this point now, the ride's over. Ciara's the only one she made a valiant effort, but other than that, that's it. Cardi B, there is no redemption arc.
Now, with the Russell Wilson and the Ciara situation, and the fact that this game happened after she's gone on the Breakfast Club, it did not defend him. Would you think that something like that would have an effect on his play? Because that's her husband, and he was literally disrespected in front of her face, and she didn't take up for him. And how can a man go out there and play a sport knowing that your own woman is out in these streets doing interviews and she doesn't have your back?
That's a very good question, and it would depend to the extent that he's a sucker for her. I do not believe that it is as superficial as a lot of other folks think. I don't think it's just as simple as, hey, she's Ciara and she was a hot chick and let me see if we can get her. I think Russell is a scheming little devious fellow, and I think that's a major factor in his decision to get with her in the first place, because he thought he was pulling off something slick and he wasn't going to do it if he didn't think he was getting over and getting on something slick. And she sucked him in for that. To the extent that what her comments did to defend him or not defend him, don't have enough information for that yet. So it's possible at this point I wouldn't be able to commit to that. So simply because there's not enough information, I would have to say no to it. But I think time will tell. When those two do go south, the details will come out about that. Although from him, it may be different. It just depends, because I think in his case, he will be so embarrassed that he's not really going to want to say much. So there's the problem for him. In the case of Offset swung back. Cardi swung on him, he swung back. I don't think Russell's that dude. I don't think Russell is that kind of dude. And if Ciara starts throwing shade or whatever, i.e., Tia Mowry, she starts throwing shade, I don't think he's going to really do a lot to defend himself. Certainly after he retires from football, I don't think he's going to do anything. I think he's just going to hope it just doesn't. He's not socially media savvy to begin with. He's not the kind of guy to go back and forth about it. He doesn't know how to defend himself. Russell Wilson is used to people thinking well of him and giving him softballs like Will Smith. Will Smith was great as long as you didn't ask him anything difficult. And up until he slapped Chris Rock, there wasn't anything difficult or controversial to ask him. Well, there was his wife there, but, the only person he talked to about that was his wife. So he wouldn't really give interviews like that. But that to the side, that was it. Russell has never had to deal with critical questions of his personal life. He's never had to deal with that. So I don't think he would handle that well at all. I think he would just do what he's always done and just recede from it and just hope it goes away. But I don't think that he's going to deal with that very well if it starts happening. In his case, he put all his chips on her. And he is still, in my opinion, very desperate to keep her where she is. And he figures plugging her with babies will keep starting that clock up again. And I think it's going to last so long as he's viable in the NFL. Because she wants to know what her next 30 years will be. Ciara has a plan to keep performing. She has a plan to basically, I guess, run adjacent to Beyonce and see if she can keep this up for another decade and a half. I think she wants to keep doing that. And she's going to have some hard questions to ask herself here very shortly. Because for her, it's about image and about look. It was never about that for Russell. He never had an image and he never had a look. For her, it is. If he's more sensitive to it today, he's done a very good job of masking that publicly. We know that what you think of him in football bothers him. Now, we do know that does. As far as with his wife, he's kind of kept himself insulated from that. That's what little lames do. They make their woman their social circle. So if they go marry a single mom or something, they just don't get seen anymore and they get stuck in the house and she keeps him, isolated. So she's now his social circle and he feels like that's the only person he has to please. That's where Russell is right now socially. That's why he's been going around knifing folk in the back and burning bridges everywhere. Well, as long as I'm cool with Ciara, it doesn't matter what I do in the league as far as you all liking me. I come here to make money and my wife likes me. So, okay, what do you do when you stop making the money? Now what? And when you lose your image, because that's what she wants too. Mm-hmm. What do you do when you go online and now you're a laughing stock? What do you do when she goes on her Instagram and put up pictures of you and they just talk about how you blew the game? Now what? And is she going to be okay with that 3 or 4 years from now when it keeps going? Is she going to be okay getting laughed at? And I'm not even talking about him, I'm talking about her. Mm-hmm. When that happens, does she change? I'm less concerned about what he thinks about the Breakfast Club interview and more concerned about how is she treating him at home? Is she bringing that energy home with her? Is that what she does to get through a week of being with him? If it is, eventually he'll start connecting dots and putting things together. That's when the resentment starts. And if they start becoming resentful, and that's the key you're looking for that one. Although you probably won't see it. But if at any time they become resentful, then they'll start doing little things to each other. And when that happens, they both know each other's personalities. I got to get him before he gets me. This is it. Here we go. He was a little snake in Seattle. He's burying his fangs. Oh, I'm not going to let nobody do another Future on me. You got to get him before he gets me. And him vice versa.
I think when the conversation with women around her start to change where he is concerned, because as long as she has her friends, her girlfriends speaking about how such a great guy, and she's like, she looks well in her female social circle, everything will be fine. But once her friends, the women start turning on him and the conversation becomes negative and now it's affecting her socially, she's going to become resentful. Because as long as she's got female support, that's what keeps it going. But now when the women turn on her because of him and the conversation is bad, that's gonna affect her. And then that's when she's gonna become full of contempt and resentful. And that's when she's gonna start she already has an exit plan. I know that for I don't want to say I know that for a fact. Based on history of women with those same characteristics, she already has a backup plan. She had a backup plan going in because of her situation and what she went through with Future. But right now, she's just waiting to deploy that plan, and that will be when the conversation and the women turn on him, and that starts to embarrass her publicly. That's where she's going to go for the exit, in my opinion.
When women give up on men, they start looking to their own resources.
Mm-hmm.
In her case, she'll be looking at her fan base. So she'll want to keep that as wrapped as she can, keep her career going, just in case this guy's going to fall. Or just in case she got to ditch him. And as I've said, for her, it's about the look. I'm predicting she's going to go back out there and go try to find one more ride. But she has to do that while she's still got some ability to do it. Now, how easy that'll be when you got 4-5 kids hanging off of you. Because there's what Russell's doing. Russell's really trying to bog you down under a bunch of kids. You thought Future was bad. Do you see what Russell's been doing?
Mm-hmm.
So now he's got you buried up under 4-5 kids. You better mean all that sucker ass stuff you talking about with him, because he's got you buried up under a bunch of kids. Mm-hmm. That's going to be... Just ask Nicole Murphy how that worked out.
Mm-hmm.
We can go down the list. Go ask Kim Kardashian how that's currently working out. Mm-hmm. Go ask her how that's currently going. When y'all get buried under 4-5 kids, man, that's intimidating to a dude. Mm-hmm. That's the only type of female intimidation that's actually real. So, oh, wait a minute, you got how many kids? I got to get a bigger SUV.
And the men will continually going on dating, go get women that don't have children. That's the kicker. They'll go get women after they've given you 4 or 5 kids. They'll go get a woman who has no children at all.
Well, yeah, because he wants a do-over.
Mm-hmm.
A woman dragging around a bunch of kids is not a plus to a man. Never has been. And this Jedi mind trick that, oh, well, that's some sort of positive thing. That's not a positive thing, man. That's not. That's just something they want to believe. And the rubber's going to meet the road. The rubber's going to meet the road, but I wanted to document it for people, let them know, by the way, I called how the season was going to go. A lot of football heads got it wrong. It's not about football. This is about power dynamics. And catalog these things, see how they go. I've seen some other people giving parallels to like Tom Brady. Those are things they start thinking about. The women are all in. You know, like Savannah James is starting to get a little wobbly, it's looking like. Yeah, as soon as the end of these fellas' careers start coming into view, the females start flipping a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as they see that your career is getting ready to sunset, and it's not about the money. Gisele Bündchen had plenty of money on her damn own. But you were not Mrs. Brady. Like, she wanted to be able to go to the NFL stadiums as 50, 60,000 people in the adoration. That's what she married you for.
Mm-hmm.
That right there.
Mm-hmm.
That there. And you're going to give it up? She's like, wait a minute, that's the package deal I signed on for. To be Mrs. New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
To be Mrs. Legend. I ain't got to take one snap. Okay, well, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not a star study, but hey, you got a Super Bowl? Okay, I'll take that one. He's like, yeah, I'm ready to hang it all up. Hang it up? So you're just going to be around the house? Well, yeah, but I mean, I can give my attention to you now. I want you to give your attention to keeping us famous. How about that one? I'll take care of keep myself occupied. You keep us famous. It's like, no, I'm done with that. I've done this for 10, 15 years. I'm ready to go and sit down. She's like, oh, you've broken the deal. Oh, you broke the deal. And y'all take a look at it. Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan. We can go down the list. Mm-hmm. When the end of that career starts coming into view, there's a disturbing number of the females who are like, oh, time to get my ticket to get off. This is where I get off at. And she's like, I've been married to you long enough. Let me call the divorce lawyer here and get my cut. And you can go do whatever. We'll see.
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. We appreciate it. Yeah, buddy. I do not do this for sports. I do this because I need to remind people, had this been any other quarterback besides Russell Wilson, just taking a look at the raw stats, just taking a look at what happened with the previous three teams, if this were anybody else, would you be stomping that hard? When you get emotionally invested, it clouds your ability to analyze in an objective manner. And to the folks who are in the comments section, they still coping and talking about, Jason, you hating. Okay, let's just say I am. Let's just say I'm hating. How the hell does that interfere with his performance? You get haters every damn week. You're in the NFL. The fans of the other team are hating. So what's that? What is me on the internet? What do I have to do with his performance? You can hate all you want to. That's not going to make him lose a game. That's not the way that works. You can hate all you want to. If he loses a game, that's something different. And when you see this deterioration of performance, okay. And there are just aspects and elements I want you all to learn how to analyze. And in this case here, when you take a look at Ciara, you see what she's there for. She is there for the status. She was there to redeem her name after Future, to prove that she was more than just a baby mama. And she wanted to prove she could get a guy who made more than six figures. Okay, she did all of that. But if her calculus was commercial in nature and was based primarily upon the benefits he could give and the status he could give, then what happens when he no longer has that? What happens when she still looks in the mirror and she looks at her comment sections and dudes are talking about they still like her ass and Russell stopped contributing? Now what? Now what? And she's not the only one. I did tonight's program because there's a lot of foolishness going on out there. There are a lot of females to this very day, they are telling themselves that their sexual value is power. There are a bunch of females out there today still telling themselves that their sexual value is actually power. And that is a huge misconception. Sexual power, the way they're trying to do it, isn't really a power. All right, is this Timmy? All right, what's on your mind, Timmy?
How you doing? All right, I'm just going to ask a quick question, and I'm going to make it a hype. Well, this is actually a real situation with a family member. Okay, recently, I'm not going to say the family member's name, but a male family member of mine, cheated on his wife. The situation been happening for quite a while. The baby is not even 2 yet, right? But here's the problem. The wife, it has gotten sloppy, lazy, doesn't take care of herself, doesn't know how to cook, kind of selfish, self-centered. He went ahead and cheated on her with someone from New York. You know, the New York chick, you know. It is what it is. You know, my mom advised that he makes her sign, what do you call it, Aprina or whatever. She got mad. Now, I remember a long time ago you said something.
Were you trying to say a prenup?
Yes.
They're already married.
Yeah. Was it?
Yes, it's gonna be hard to sign a prenup when you're already married. Now, yeah, I mean they could do some type of agreement now, but it's kind of late for that, dog.
Yeah, you know, and I don't think she even wanted to sign. I think she flipped out when she asked. He should have done it before, but you know, here's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the problem.
I'm just saying he's tipped his hand. So if you wanted to let her know that there's problems in the marriage and you ready to go, yeah, that's the way to do it right there, dude. This is very non-strategic.
Yeah, and the funny part is, he was hiding this young lady from the family. We wanted to know who she was because she'd been following him around for more than 10 years before they're married. They knew each other from college, but he never really messed with her, right? She was not actually not his type. Like the type of female that he would have went with was totally different. Like he usually messed with 8s, 9s, and this girl, I would say she's less than a 5. Like she had pimples on her face. Her body was not bad, but you can tell that she's not the type of person who likes to work out. She just kind of
You're supposed to be smarter than this.
Yeah, and you know this.
I said you are supposed to be smarter than to say something like that. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, but what had happened was he came to us and he admitted that he cheated, but he started telling us also the other side. But then, you know, at the same time, we asked him, you know, we were trying to have a conversation about this this young lady, and the family was trying to fill him. Now it's too late, and I'm not pro divorce or anything like that. And I say you have to deal with this because now they have a kid. And if the crazy part is he cheated on her before they got married.
Okay, but she was also not cooking and cleaning and doing other stuff before they got married. Right. So he knew what he was marrying.
Right.
And maybe what a lot of fellas here do, remember, men marry thinking that she's going to stay the same, and women marry thinking it's going to change. And a lot of fellas, they're lames. They don't have a bunch of sexual access. They don't have much to offer. So when they get married, their primary priority is Reggie's sexual access. That they have solved their sexual access problem. I can get out these streets. I know where my next sex coming from. And that's what a lot of fellas are calculating when they get married. As long as she gives me sex without a bunch of complications, I'll handle everything else. Yeah, but you only have sex for about 30 minutes to an hour, and then there's the other 23 hours of the day. And if she doesn't cook, clean, or anything else, what do you do when y'all jump out that bed? So that's what creates more issues. And in his case, he, like a lot of fellas, he thought he could handle it. Now, was he in the military?
No, he's actually a director of he has a master's in civil engineering. Okay.
But is he actually working as an engineer?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he travels and he does the project. He's actually the director. And the family that the girl comes from is a pretty
okay. Well, you're jumping around here. I didn't ask about her.
Okay.
I'm talking about him.
Yeah.
Now, did he have any children before he got married to this woman?
No.
Is there a significant age difference?
No, not at all.
What's the age difference?
Only like 5 years.
That could be an issue there. But they're not. She's from now. Are they both in the same place?
Yeah, they're both in Texas.
Okay. What does she do for a living?
So she used to she did
what does she do now?
So she what's it called? Does what's that thing called when you solar energy?
Okay.
So she had a little business going on in Nigeria with solar energy. What happened was once she got pregnant and had the baby, it became too difficult because she had to travel back and forth and she couldn't do it. So she ended up selling her bit. She was the CEO, and she ended up having.
Okay, so she just doesn't really have a profession.
I mean.
Okay, so that factors into it. He's professional. She's kind of really not. That matters. For him.
Right.
Now, you say she's Nigerian?
Well, yeah. Everybody, yeah.
Both of them are Nigerian.
Right.
Okay. Now, you know what I'm going to say next.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Now, were they born here or they born over there?
They're born over here.
First generation?
Yes.
Okay. Did the family bring the culture with them?
Yes.
Okay. So if he's one of these Nigerian cats and whatnot, they think they're supposed to have more than one female. The other thing is, unfortunately, Nigerian males are also pretty infamous for getting a bunch of boogaboo built chicks too. What? So if you're looking for a dude with an ugly chick, them Nigerian fellas don't discriminate, and they really need to start. Let me just say that. So that explains everything. So it's not like he was out there looking for a level up. He was just looking for an open door. And that's the way that goes. So, yeah. If you were the Nigerian fella here, do not think that denying him sex is going to stop him. You might be an 8, he'll go find a 3. If anything, stop and give him the time of day. Whatever it is. She's from the casting couch of Honey Boo Boo. He's on it. He is on it, and proudly so. He got that 300-pound heifer in his Kia Spectra. What? So, yeah. It's hard to win that arms race with a Nigerian dude. They got no chill. They got no chill. So, he gets with her. That's who the family pressured him to get married to, because that's what happens with Nigerian dudes. The family starts applying the pressure. Okay, he made mama and grandmama happy. Now they off his ass, so like good. But now he got to live with this heifer. Yep. And yeah, we're Nigerians, but she's not traditional. Now, there's the other issue. Now she's become Americanized. So he's got his ideas that she's going to be like his mom. And she's like, nigga, we in Texas. So the family is pressing him to be a traditional Nigerian man, but he's with a woman who isn't. And all that's going to factor into it. So, yeah, eventually he's going to be sleeping with somebody else.
Yeah, also they have conflict with different tribes.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and then also there's a situation where
Wait a minute, you say different tribes. Hold on a second. So, like, he's Igbo and she's Yoruba?
No. Our family is Yoruba. Her family is one of these coastal.
Baby, it's only a couple. Look at this: Yoruba, Igbo, Husafalani, and Delta. So,
well, they have little small other tribes that are indigenous as well.
Oh goodness!
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. It's actually like 250 small tribes.
Okay, you thought y'all were gonna make a happy family tree out of this?
No.
Okay. No one. Now, if a white man show up, everybody else, they start dancing and getting peaceful, leaving by themselves. Damn you, nigga! In any case, yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough if that's a factor in it. Because I mean, if you're from the tribe, you're from the tribe. Yeah. If they want to start that condescending stuff, my tribe is better than yours. Okay, I don't know how you're gonna overcome that. If somebody's on that, especially if you married her. This is like an interracial marriage where the white woman's talking trash to you. You know, whenever she gets mad, she starts talking about, I don't know why I married somebody from the hood. Okay, so if it's that kind of energy going on, it's going to be Friday night fights for the next 40 years.
Yeah.
No wonder she stopped cooking.
Well, she never knew how to, so unfortunately.
Make your own jollof, nigga. All right. Why don't you get some rice-a-roni? But yeah, by the same token, if he married her and she doesn't cook, all right.
Yeah, that's a big thing too.
No, that's a huge thing.
Oh yeah.
That's a huge thing. I'm just saying that is like a woman who can't cook is like a man who can't work on the car.
Yep.
I mean, if your woman's going to take the car to everybody else except you and whatnot, it's like, what do we got you here for?
Very true.
Because then she's like, well, the only thing you and I do is have sex and sit on the couch, so I can get somebody else for that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if she doesn't cook, if he has to go get all his meals at Popeyes, he might as well go sleep at the drive-thru chicken Popeyes. At least she can cook for him.
Yeah, but he probably go to the other girl's house and they cook for him. So
yeah, he might just sit there and look at the stove. So that's how it works. Okay, it's like, oh look, it gets hot. The stove at home is collecting cobwebs, and yeah. Now, that's the other thing right there. If she doesn't cook, what the hell she eating?
Yeah, well, we taste her food. It's horrible. Like, you can't cook. Oh, no. Her mother did spoil her. But the thing that's more disrespectful is we watch how the way her mother treats her father. Her mother treats her father with the most utmost respect. He won't even, there would be dishes. She would run and, clean the dishes. Her husband does nothing at all. The mother cooks for him. She cleans, take care of everything that the mother does. She does opposite. So it's obviously that they when they came to America, they spoiled her rotten and her sisters because the sisters are the same way as well.
Okay, but I'm just talking about as far as him. It's between the two of them. I mean, he knew what he was marrying. I mean, she doesn't cook or anything else. That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, as long as she's sexual, I'll make it work. You don't get to make this work, bro. It doesn't work that way. It's just what you get is what you get. If these are holes in their game, whatever you walk down the altar with, that's what you got. She can be Yoruba, whatever off-brand tribe she with, that's what you got, dude. Mm-hmm. You got that. I'll tell you about these going. You need guys in America. We need to get. You should do it like Africa. No, we don't. Mm-hmm. Y'all should do it like us. No, we don't. No, we good just like we are right here. We good just like this. Because it's complications. He got something he didn't even really want.
Yeah.
Because here's the problem. How old is he now?
Oh boy. I think he's 36. No. 37 or 36.
He's 36. He's 37. How tall is he? And be
Really tall.
honest.
6 foot. He's 6 foot, either 1 or 2.
And how tall is she?
5. I think either 5'5" or 5'6".
Okay, I'm sure she felt like she hit the jackpot, or at least she did.
Well, she did everything to get him, but once she had that baby,
All right, that's it. That's his ass. Once she got the kid, that's it. She got married and got the kid. Now he's just along for the ride. He wants a do-over. He's just like, look, I'm ready to make a deal and settle somewhere. And she's she ain't trying to do that. She's just trying to hang in there for the sake of the family, because they're already talking and whispering. So now she's trying to hang in there for the sake of that.
Mm-hmm.
He has already mentally and emotionally stepped away. So that complicates matters even more. He don't really want, the other chick is not really something he wants. He just doesn't want the situation he's in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's talked to his wife, and she's just like, I ain't got to change nothing. I got the state behind me. I got the state. I got the kid. So I don't really have to change anything. Now he's wishing he was a single man again, because he's trying to act like one. And his wife is just like, okay. So that's where he ends up at. He ends up there. That's just a hell of a spot for him to be in.
Yeah, that's another situation with one of my cousins. He was trying to marry a Ghanaian and found out that he's actually a polygamist, and he had like 2 other wives somewhere else.
Okay, you said that he was trying to marry a Ghanaian. What is this?
No.
LGBT trans marriage?
No. This is a different family member. So I have a cousin, and that cousin, she got pregnant and was going to marry a Ghanaian man. She came to find out that the Ghanaian man had 2 other wives, and it was a big situation. She was very angry.
Oh, I hope them hoes don't stop in Dan's neighborhood, because we got enough chaos going on already. We don't need y'all bringing the indigenous noise. We don't need that. Boy, I'm telling you. Yeah, like I say, it's look, people y'all should know better. Y'all should know better. If they're coming from the Caribbean and coming from the continent, come on now. Come on.
Yeah.
Especially if they came over as adults. Oh, he got a whole damn family back there. A couple of them. So
yeah, that's true.
You just gonna be the next dumb broad getting pregnant. That's all you gonna be.
Yeah, my uncle, he had a whole family, but married another woman over here, like in Canada. Left his whole family, like 3 kids, over in the continent.
Oh yeah.
So,
then he'll get over here. You guys need to act like us Nigerian men. We take care of our families. Nigga, what? Which one? So yeah, baby, it's upside down. And the real issue here is, in a lot of these cases, I see these cats and they are being pressed about getting married, and then they do it, and then they realize that's not really what they wanted. Or at least not with her, it's not what they wanted. Or you get some dude who really isn't getting anything going for himself, and all he really excels at is sleeping with chicks.
Yeah.
And that's the one you were just talking about. He ain't got nothing going for himself. He's just good at sleeping with hoes, and you just next up. And that just weighs on you, man. You can't never get your finances together when you got 3 different chicks got dibs on you. You can't get your finances together, man. You can't get your life together like that.
How do those Muslims have like 10 wives over there? Like,
yeah, but there's a reason why they left the kid and the wife over there. You ain't gonna be able to get it popping. If I could get one more nigga trying to act like he's the Prince of Zamunda. And no, it's not. It's just a bunch of dudes with a bunch of women and a bunch of kids. And that's all it is. It ain't fly. It ain't anything you would want to trade places with. It's bummy. It's raggedy. Then they come over here with their email scams and trying to act like they balling out of control. And it's the same old garbage. You over here because it's a cesspool what you done made back where you from. And that's it. The folks over there, the child support court over there is trying to track you down. And that's really what it is. That's really what it is. So it's them cats, when they show up over here, they trying to get out from up under some issues. They're trying to come over here and get a fresh start. Don't no man come over to America and leave his whole damn family back where he was and things were going well. Right. If things were going well, why didn't you bring them with you? Because it wasn't going well.
They don't really have child courts over there, so those people are just suffering, basically.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do? He told you he was Muslim, and we can have more than one wife, and I'm like, okay, he ain't taking care of a damn thing. The only part of Islam that he observes is, well, I can have more than one wife. Everything else goes out the window.
Listen, and don't forget that the wives that's a lot of infighting within the family. It's very hostile. It's a very hostile situation because my mom told me she had an uncle, he had 10 wives, and these people were just backstabbing each other. It was crazy.
Well, that's what you do when there are no resources. Now, if you got a fella and he's flush with cash and he's on top of his business and it's manageable, well, then you don't have to, it's not going to be a whole bunch of knife fighting and stuff because the resources are there and he's got something to cut you off from. When he just got a bunch of dumb hoes pregnant and y'all are sitting up here fighting for damn me cornflakes, yeah, it's going to be a frenzy by definition because there's not much to get. So you got to fight to get anything.
Well, here's the thing. Her uncle was not poor. He was actually very wealthy, but the females were just like
nigga, please.
Cutthroats.
If you don't stop, he was not wealthy. Quit it. Just stop it. Just because that nigga was the only one with a damn Yugo driving around, that doesn't mean he had a bicycle with 3 wheels. He was wealthy. No, just stop. Quit. Wish y'all would quit trying to sell that damn soap. If I asked her what the hell she was driving, she ain't got a driver's license. Okay. She's got her 1986 Volkswagen Beetle. It was rich. All right. Is that Texas rich or Sally Struthers rich? Damn! In any case, my point is when the resources are flush, there's not a bunch of fighting going on like that. Primarily because you all don't have to fight over stuff. And if somebody does try to get too ambitious or too greedy, he's got the ability to cut them off. So they have something to lose. You actually have a lot more fighting in places where they don't have anything and there's nothing to lose. When you have concentrated pockets of poverty, like what they engineer here in America with black folk, yeah, if I can maneuver you in there, there's actually going to be a lot more conflict. Not because you're all sitting on riches, but because we've deprived your resources and you've got nothing to lose. The places where folks mind their manners most is when they're flush with resources and they have a lot to lose. It has to be those two things together. Because you can be flush with resources and have nothing to lose. Ain't that right, Elon Musk? How many rules does he follow? And how much fighting does he create? Donald Trump, how many rules does he follow? How much fighting does he create? Mm-hmm. All right, move that down a little bit to some folks that are flush with resources, but they got something to lose. Oh, they can't really keep the noise going like that. Now, take both of those away, you ain't got no resources and you got nothing to lose. Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be like Baddies Africa, no pun. So you get a bunch of chicks together and they then sat up here and slept with the dude. And the other thing is they figure if they sleep with him long enough, he's either going to get more motivated or he's going to trick up on some money from somewhere. So then it becomes about that. Whoever can get the most favor with him. And hopefully that motivates him to do more. Or that he's going to leave the rest of the chicks behind and take you. So he can concentrate his little meager efforts and earning on you.
Right.
That's usually what they start scrapping for. And the math isn't there. There's no mathematics that support that. And they just end up being what they are there and just waking up late. These Muslim niggas no good. And she's right. And she's right. The time to think about this was when he was offering you to be wife number 5. Mm-hmm. That was the time to think about this. He's not doing great by the other 4. What about you? Okay. Everybody wants to act like they're in Islam and act like they're the Saudi family or something. You know, it's just pathetic. You're not the Saudis. You're not the Dubai. You're not the United Arab Emirates. You're none of that. You're a dude on a street corner in Lagos. You're a dude in Brazil. You're a dude in Port-au-Prince. That's all you are. And you're hoping you can hit on a lick or get the hell up out of here before they figure out what's going on with you. And now they're in America and brought the nonsense with them. And that's why I keep warning people about the backstab and stuff like that, because then got all the way over here and he's done married them, and now they're knifing each other. Now they're knifing each other after they done married each other. So here, go ahead and sign this. All right, let me slide this shank between your ribs right quick. And this is where you are. This is where they at. There is no break-in period. There is no learning curve. So, Jason, what happens next? Hell, you know what happens next. Got to get him before he gets me. Got to get her before she gets me. That's where this goes next. They're going to start trying to aggregate support and see which y'all they can get on their side. And now the next thing you know, somebody's going to make the first move. I got to get her before she gets me, or I got to get him before he gets me.
Yeah. We seen it played out.
And the reason I have to say that is because it would be different if they're putting together effort to reconcile things, but she don't want to cook or... Okay, here's the problem with marriage today.
Yeah.
Bottom line. The bottom line with the problem with marriage today is that if you are going to demand that a man make you his only option, then that means you have to be his everything.
Sure.
If you want to restrict him and get him to abandon all his other options, then you have to be his everything.
Yep.
And if your woman does not want to be his everything, she's like, she doesn't want to be his everything. Okay, that is going to be an insurmountable problem.
Yep.
Mr. Shabazz, I need you to give me a call up on Zoom, sir. Mr. Nuga Shabazz, I need you to give me a call up on Zoom, sir. But when you got married and you've been to the state and all this old stuff right here, and now she's telling you what she's not going to do, at that point right there, the marriage is useless. Because that's not what he was really looking for. The marriage is useless. So that's going to be a problem. Especially if she's not interested in addressing that.
That's true.
But now she might be angry and resentful and all this old stuff right here. And this nigga came back smelling like another broad. And, you know, she's holding a grudge.
You kind of accepted it though, and as long as if he like stays financially dedicated, but I don't trust that, and so we kind of.
Please remember, our resources follow our loyalty.
Right.
Now, there's the thing that females don't like. They like a simp because a simp will provide resources even when the loyalty aspect from her is no longer solid. But just remember, as far as men are concerned, that's why women want simps, because our resources as men follows our loyalty. So if we are still loyal to you, even if we ain't happy with your little hard-headed ass, if we're still loyal to you, our resources follow. The problem comes when the female starts taking that for granted and starts deciding that she can take advantage of that. That's when we start showing us like, okay, she think I'm really not going to cut this spigot off.
Right,
so what she's trying to do is use your code of honor against you. Now that's where we flip. It's one thing if it's just happening and we're not sure it's conscious. Once we know that you're consciously trying to leverage our code of honor against us, it's like, okay, this is my principles here, and you want me to stand by my principles even when it's not to my advantage to do so. It's in my interest, but it's not to my advantage. Okay. It's once you start showing, oh, you're getting over. You're trying to use my honorability against me? All right. Let's see how this go. This when niggas start getting blatant about the other broad. because now she's shown disrespect. When you show that level of blatant, overt disrespect, that's when the men are like, you know what? That two can play this game. Next thing you know, he's sitting on the couch talking to the other broad while you sitting there watching the Hallmark Channel. What? That's where that comes from. So if she knows that, and she knows loyalty, resources follow loyalty, and she's not doing something, please understand, a man's not going to keep paying where he's not happy because it costs us. So why would he dump resources into a female that's not even pleasing him?
Right.
What he's going to do is look for another spot, and eventually whatever he was offering to you is going to wither on the vine. And that's where he is now, which is why you called me. So he's to the point of preparing for the resources to her to wither on the vine. And that's what happens next. As a man, listen to me, as females, you all can do anything. I've been there. I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. A man will forgive anything except blatant, overt disrespect. If we're expected to stand in front of bullets for you and to give up lifetime earnings and to sacrifice money we could have put into ourselves for you, the least you could do, the very least, is to maintain your respect for him for doing that. When you cross that line right there, and it doesn't even cost you anything, but if you show you're that determined to offend us, just understand that's not a temporary thing that's going to go away. Women need to very much understand that. That's not a temporary issue that's eventually going to go away. When you show overt disrespect, a man never forgets you did that. He's never going to forget you did that. And now that you've shown him you will do it, he's never going to forget that you're capable of it. So he'll be with you the rest of his life knowing that you could do that again. And that is something that men can't live without. A man cannot function without respect. He's not going to stay around you and can't get respected, especially if you all blatant with it. So hoes can pick up knives and guns and every damn thing else. I just tell the chicks, hey, don't do it in public. Don't do that. If you're going to show out, do not do it in public. Don't do that. And even if you're behind closed doors, I'm warning you. You can say a lot of things. Do not, absolutely do not. If he is upset with you and he says, who are you raising your voice at? Do not say you. If a man says, who are you raising your voice at? And I'm raising it at you. You're done. Please understand, whatever little impulse control you don't have, whatever made you feel temperamental there, that's not something you're going to walk back and apologize for. Not that. You can be unhappy with him, but he will always be your leader. Period. And you would not walk into your job and say that to them white folk. You're going to walk under his roof and say that to him? Oh, you're done unless you're Russell Wilson. Other than that, you're done. Baby, ain't no sex in the world good enough to let you stay after that. I don't give a damn what that little thing is you do with your tongue. That's never going to be good enough to get you to stay. Not after that, you won't. Just understand, if that is a man worth half his salt, he is going to go audition your replacement. You know, a female, you can be many things after that day, but what you can never be again is a female who has never disrespected him. That's the problem. You cannot apologize your way out of that because he wants to be with a woman who has never disrespected him. And you can't be that anymore. You were, now you're not. So do you realize that that's something that literally, listen to me carefully, women. Do you realize that now mathematically, that is something that literally every other female on the planet has, that you don't.
And deal with it, nigga.
It doesn't matter whether she's a size 2 or a size 20. She's never disrespected him. He does not have any memory of her ever disrespecting him. And you talking about what she looks like. She looks like something other than the woman who disrespected me. That's what she looks like. She looks like that. She doesn't look as good as me. She also doesn't look like she's ever disrespected me, which you do, which is the ultimate ugly look. So she looks pretty damn good now. Well, I'll go to the gym and work out, and I'm a size 6, and I got double D cups. Those double D cups have disrespected me. So I don't see you the same way anymore. That's what I told you. You're supposed to be smarter than what you were saying there before. And she doesn't look as good. She looks pretty damn good when she's never disrespected you. That looks pretty damn good. That's like a fella telling you about how not cute he is or whatever, and he's tried to push you down a flight of stairs. Now he's come back a week later after you got out of the hospital and talking about why you're looking at other men. Is well, these other men have never tried to push me down a flight of stairs. He's not as cute as me. Nigga, you don't get it. He's not as cute as you. Yeah, he also hasn't tried to push you down a flight of stairs neither. And women want to act like sex is a get out of jail free card and all they got to do is turn on the panty spigot and everything's wiped clean. And that is not what happens once a man has started spending money on you. When we started extending resources and protection on you, baby, that's it. You're a goner. And men will not tell you this. In most cases, they'll keep sleeping with you. And you don't realize that he's already checked out. You've entered that zone you were in when you two were dating. You know, back when he was entertaining other females. You know, back when we can have sex with you without loving you. Just like we can fight without hating somebody. Now we can have sex without loving you. Now you're back there and you don't realize it. Or maybe you do, and you're hoping that, well, as long as he's still having sex, interested in having sex with me, I still have an opening. And for a lot of y'all, you all don't understand. Nope, that's not true. The door is actually closed. Well, why is he sleeping with me? You're there. You know, old girl's on the other side of town right now. That'd be a drive. And you're here, so might as well. And you don't realize you've already been given your walking papers. And you're thinking you're going to redeem this. And that's not what it is. So in his case, I'm willing to bet that she's shown some blatant disrespect. And he's like, you know what? That's enough of that. At that point, a man doesn't give a damn what you do. You can call the state. You can call a divorce attorney. Whatever. He's out. He's out. Now, I don't tell folks to leave each other, which is why I'm not going to give a pronouncement on them. And I'm just going to say, by the way, I see what the math is doing. But I'm never going to tell a man to leave his wife, unless they're messing up with the kids. But yeah, everything you described there, that's bad scenario. That's not a good one. If he's been fooling with another woman more than a year, that's a wrap.
Oh, it's been more than a year. It's been like probably 2-3 years.
If a man been fooling with a chick for a couple months, or, and this goes for men and women, if he's sleeping with somebody that he knew before y'all got married. So if he's fooling around with a chick that he knew before y'all got married, oh, that's the back pocket chick. That's their emotional retreat. So it's like, yeah, he don't fool with you for real. So either one of those, yeah, you're done.
Also, one more thing.
A man does not keep casual sex around for years. A man keeps your replacement around for years, not casual sex. Casual sex, come and go. Your replacement, oh, she's sticking around. That's the only way he can stay with you is if he can sleep with somebody else.
Oh, then she's done. One more question, and this has to do with her bad spending habits. Does a female intentionally?
Hell.
Yeah, does a female intentionally start spending a lot so he can keep that man tied down to them? Because he bought 3 homes, right? He does rent a lot of them out. I mean, rent them out, but he was renovating one of them, and so he put himself in a situation where he had to stay with the in-laws, which is a red flag too, especially in our culture. It's not good for the male to stay with the in-laws because the Nigerian parents like to control. He already invested in a house that's more than $250,000. And one of the complaints is she spends crazy, more than she even makes. She makes practically less than 60,000, but her spending is double what she gets, what she makes. And that's one of the things that
the issue is not, in my experience, the issue is not so much that women are, quote, doing it deliberately, like to bankrupt you, but it's something else just as bad. A person who is negligent is just as dangerous as a person who's intentionally trying to hurt you. If you got somebody on a forklift at the job who's driving around and isn't looking because they're on their headphones, they're negligent. Now, did they mean to smash your car? Did they mean to knock over all these pallets? No, but they're just as bad. So it doesn't matter that they didn't intend to do it. They are negligent. That more often, and I'm not saying that women don't do it deliberately because there's plenty who do, but usually it's a person who's so selfish and self-absorbed and her attitude is, well, that's his job. He's supposed to pay for all this. So that's different from I'm trying to sit up here and bankrupt him. Well, that's his job. He's supposed to figure out a way to do that. So he makes money, my job, spend it. Now, if she's resentful, she may just not care. Or she's not being as careful as she should be. So in either case, though, that lays at her feet. That's inexcusable. Right. So she, at the very least, she knows she's making things more difficult on him than it needs to be. Now you're sleeping with the enemy. And if he's ever done an inventory on his resources, yeah, that's not going to go very well. What I'm saying is that at times like that, you are making literally every other option more desirable.
Right.
Now I need a woman who's never wasted my money, because it takes a man time and effort to do that. You realize how much bull crap we got to put with to do that? And she's just like, oh, well, screw it, I'm on a shopping spree. You're just taking advantage of him. You're taking advantage of him. You're taking him for granted. And that's highly disrespectful. So he's going to be like, well, hell, if I'm going to be spending another $50,000, I might as well spend it on somebody who's going to make me happy. Why would I keep spending it on you so I can be displeased? If I'm going to be out the money, why not be out of it for somebody who's going to make me happy then? How about that one?
Right.
So, yeah, she has done nothing to help the math on her side of the table. She's done nothing.
Yeah, I haven't even gotten to how she's a control freak.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't make a man happy enough to be a control freak. So I don't know what her motivation is, what her assumptions are, but she doesn't have enough leeway anymore to do that. She ain't had a kid. She ain't bad to the bone. If he takes her out in public, she's not a stunner. And she's got a disciplinary problem and an attitude problems. Basically, she's decided that marriage is something for her to take. And she's just going to be on take now. And at that point, that's when men start saying, okay, I'm either going to sit here and let this nonsense bankrupt me, or I'm going to start putting resources and effort in other places. And I think that's kind of where you're at.
Right. I just feel sorry because they have their first child. Me and my family, we do try to help with the child, but that's one of the things that we try to avoid in this family, because like the child's innocent, and I certainly don't want her, we don't want her to raise the child because she's just gonna spoil the child. And like even when he tries to, correct the child, she makes it difficult for him to discipline his own kid. And so that's another problematic thing with her. I would hate for I would hate for the child to be raised only by her, because he does have this he loves his child, and he's trying to, even with some of the bad stuff he has done, he wants a very competitive child, but not a spoiled one. I don't know. I just pray for them. So
She is a problem. No doubt about that. None whatsoever. You can stick around. Oh, I don't wish ill on anybody's marriage like that, but yeah, she is not helping her case at all. She's not helping her case, so it sounds like she kind of just decided that she doesn't want to marry you if she can't take advantage of somebody. And fellas have to watch out for a female who does not want to be invested. I want to talk about this also here before. When women are looking, beware of a female who goes into marriage with you and she's telling you that one of her requirements is she doesn't have to be invested. She doesn't want to put in any money that she has to lose. A man's supposed to be putting in money that he's going to be afraid to lose. A woman should be required to do the same thing. When you have a female who her requisite to being married to you is that she doesn't have to be invested, she doesn't have to have any risk, that's because she wants to make sure she can get away clean. Mm-hmm. When a female lives like that, y'all been married and she's living that way, she wants to make sure she can get away clean. And putting in a bunch of stuff here will get in the way. So she wants to make sure she can get out of there clean. She wants you to be fully invested while she can get out as she pleases. And then when she gets ready to cut out, you just sitting there holding the bag. And she's sitting up here telling you how great you are while you're digging yourself in deeper, but she's really just saying, okay. And she's telling you how great it is that you're digging yourself in so deep and you're such a great provider. It's like, wait a minute, it's 2025. Baby, where's your skin in the game? And she's insisting that she put in nothing. And she's not going to say that. Fellas, did you notice that when you take a look at that financial scoreboard, all the marks on the board are yours? She's put in nothing. Fellas be sitting up here patting themselves in the back, thinking you like your grandfather or something. I'm protecting, providing. And when you take a look at that financial balance sheet, hey, bro, did you realize y'all been together, y'all been married 5-10 years? She's put in nothing. That house is on you. Even if both your names are on it, you're the only one paying. The house is on you. The HOA is on you. The vacation is on you. The cars are on you, bro. All the disposable income, that's you. What does she do? She helps me spend it. Nigga, the chick down the street can help you spend it. Is she helping you make it? Oh, she doesn't want to be invested. Fellas, if your chick got a long sexual history, okay. I told you about that. If a chick been with a bunch of dudes, she looking for the one she can get over on. Hello, Russell Wilson. Now she's like, I got to get him before he gets me. And from day one, she's flooding you with sex because that prevents you from expecting more than sex. There's another one that gets fellas I see. There's a whole bunch of fellas who think they running the game because she dropping the draws every time he shows up with no issues. I'm like, bruh, that's not leadership, man. That's supposed to be a given. If she's not working for you and contributing, bruh, she's telling you I don't want to invest anything. So why not just give you some sex instead? Oh, here, every time he does that, this will keep him distracted. Dude, do you realize what's going down? And most men have no clue. That's one that gets them a lot He figured because to most men, as long as the sex life is good, everything's okay. Our marriage must be in good shape. We're having sex. See how that flips around from the women to the men? For most men, as long as she throwing them legs open, he figures the marriage is fine. Okay. Bruh, did you realize you're the only one invested? Nope. Well, the sex so good, she worth it. I mean, if she stays like this forever, I guess so. Maybe. But are you sure? And then the day shows up where it changes. Next thing you know, he's ready to get out. And it's like, dude, everything here is from you. She's got nothing to lose. Of course she can get up and walk away. The only thing she got here is the kids. Everything else belongs to you. You bought it all. The TV, the couches, the jewelry, the stove. Brother, you bought all that. If she gets up and leaves tomorrow, she didn't do anything. And a bunch of fellas don't realize that either. So, you pay your money and you take your chances, people. You pay your money and you take your chances. Keep your eyes wide open, fellas. And I'll tell you one more thing. He was not her first choice. What?
No.
Now, on top of everything else you just said, by the way, I would go ahead and throw this one on top, another log on top of the bonfire. By the way, he was not her first choice. I would not be surprised if she was with a man when he decided to marry her. I would not be surprised if he was with one or he had to wrestle her away from another dude or whatever, but he was not her first choice. And she's been demonstrating that ever since.
Well, her mother, the mother-in-law, was trying to get him to marry someone from their tribe. So the mother-in-law is trying to make things difficult. So
yeah, but a little square dude, and he's got something to prove to himself, and he figures he needs to be with a bad chick because that's the only thing that motivates you. Well, let me tell you, as a man, having a fly-ass female certainly does motivate you to keep working. It really does, because we need motivation. Yeah, it does, but sometimes it doesn't work. That's not for your best benefit. Chicks who are used to getting a lot of sexual attention and dudes looking at them and stuff like that and value them that way, they feel like they're owed a lot. She figures, well, if men want it like that, the price just went up. And little square dudes don't understand that. So then he gets with her, and then she's like, oh no, nigga, I'm here to live lavish. I'm not here to work. I'm here for my soft life. And besides, you're not even the one I wanted in the first place. So I did you a favor by marrying your little square oddball ass. And that's her attitude about it. For a lot of females out there, that is their attitude, that she did you a favor by marrying you because you're so damn square and awkward and Poindexter and nigga, I did you a favor marrying you. You owe me a lifetime of taking care of me on the count of the fact that I married you. And I could have did better. Could did better. Yeah, you weren't my first choice anyway. I wanted Leroy. But I decided I felt sorry for you. So no, Leroy had other choices, man. But yeah, on top of that, he was not her first choice.
Yeah, my mom was actually my mom and the family, we were very surprised that he married her because we saw him with other females, and she was not even the type that we saw, the type of female that he's usually with. So it was kind of weird.
Well, that's the other thing is females, you all don't think about it that way. If a man's been with a certain type of female, you don't know because you're women, you don't know what a man's type is. That's right. The first thing. As females, you're trying to decipher something you don't even know. You take a look at a female, and here's the problem, Timmy. You were trying to give an estimation of another woman's looks. As a female, you can't do that. You're completely unqualified. You know why? Because you don't even judge women the way a man does. When you take a look at a woman's hips or a woman's breasts, you ain't thinking about doing with them what we think about doing. You can't. It's physically impossible for you to judge another woman's face, another woman's breasts, another woman's hips. And I can't say another woman. You can't gauge anybody's, including your own. You don't intend to do with a female what we gonna do. There's no part of you that can, you don't even have the biological language to even be able to speak what we would do.
Well,
You don't even have forget the biological hardware. You don't even have the biological and physiological language to comprehend what it means to be a man with a female. So when you look at literally every body part, when we talk about she thick, you don't mean what we mean. That's not what you mean. The closest you can get is like a car. Oh, that looks sleek. Yeah, but that's open to interpretation. When you take a look at a chick's thighs, a chick's hips, a chick's abdomen, her back, her shoulders, you don't see what we see. It's impossible for you. Impossible. You don't even know what that is. Just like we as men, when you take a look at a man, I don't see what you see. I might have some idea, but at the end of the day, I don't see what you see. Because I'm not going to do with him. Pause. What you going to do with him? I'm not going to do it. So because of that, how you see it is totally different from me. Totally. You're expecting something totally different from him than I expect. So when you're trying to make those judgment calls, just understand it's what you consider to be proper competition. You remember, men have a range, women have a type. And when you take a look at her body parts, you don't even know what we're looking for. You just see pictures like, okay, you're like AI. This looks similar. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But remember, the difference is in the details. So even if I showed you two women that you think are identical, don't be surprised. It's like you think they look the same. I'm like, actually, one's a little bit different. She got an edge. Something is different is how her eyes look. Something is different is the curvature of her lips. Things like that. As a female, that don't mean much to you. Or to you, it's aesthetic. Women's bodies are not aesthetic to men. That's what you don't understand. When you look at another female, you're looking at her aesthetically, like a work of art. As a man, we look at her utilitarian. What we gonna do with it? And we do have an aesthetic eye, don't get me wrong, but you don't have that utilitarian dimension. All you see is aesthetics. That's it. You don't have a utilitarian dimension that says, now let me show you what these aesthetics can do. You don't have that. And so that's why when men start getting a wandering eye, as women, you don't even actually know what that is. Because you don't even know what catches our eye. You don't know. All you know is he ain't looking at you like you was. Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Yeah, for females, I'm just giving you ladies a heads up. You all don't have no clues. So when you start trying to anticipate what a man should want or what he should be after or what is quote unquote better and who looks quote unquote better, you don't even understand it. Remember that I tried to teach it to you all in a manner in which you could comprehend. Men judge in 3 dimensions, from the neck up, from the neck down, and from head to toe. But Alondra, the problem is you don't even judge it the same way. Like when you take a look at a woman's thighs, for example, y'all talk about being thick. You have no idea what appeals to men. Sometimes being smooth is okay. Sometimes a few dimples is okay. It's a rotating thing. It's not the same for every female. So even as a female, you can see it aesthetically, but it's more like you seeing a car. So we can all see a Corvette. We can all see a Lamborghini. We can all see a Rolls Royce. But this is not about aesthetics. For a man, it is aesthetics alluding to a utility. So without the utility part of it, it's useless. It's absolutely useless if there's no utility to it. So you can take a look at Rihanna, and she's a female who has a physique or a figure that you wouldn't mind having. But as far as how it appeals to men sexually, like I say, you don't even have the vocabulary to be able to even describe biologically what that is. Like, for example, just putting your hand on a woman's thighs. You don't know what that's like as a man. You can see a man doing that and you don't even know what it means. I'm not going to get too far off in the woods with it here tonight, but as a female, you don't even know what that means when a man, if a man's sitting next to a female on the beach and he grips her thigh, that has a whole different sensation for him than it does for you. It doesn't even mean the same thing. You don't even feel the same thing that men do. When we grab her leg, you don't even feel the same thing. So yeah, you could grab another woman's thigh, but it simply does not mean the same thing. It doesn't. I'm not even going to talk about touching other body parts. I'm not even going to get into that. I'm just saying, I'm giving a safe for workplace example. We're not even going to get into the other things. So it's totally different. As females, you talk about erogenous zones. Yeah, but that's somebody touching you. That is not you intending to do something with somebody else. So it's for a female, when you see another woman's breast, it's not the same for you. It just isn't. It's not. That's why when females, the reason why females are so cartoonish and goofy when it comes to getting BBLs is because women think that's women's attempt to be like men. What? When women go get a BBL, that's like a man going to go get steroids. Well, women like muscles on a man, don't they? Well, I mean, yeah, women think that's appealing and it's masculine. Oh, good. So if I get as big as Ronnie Coleman, they'll really, really like me. If women like muscles, then if I get as big as Ronnie Coleman, they'll really, really, really like me. Wait a minute. No. You're extrapolating this logic out too far. No. Don't worry. I got this. Women are the same way with the BBLs. Well, if men like rear ends like butts on a female, well, if I get a really big one, why, then they'll really, really like it. I'll be 3 times the woman. If my rear end is 3 times bigger than the other women, then I am now 3 times the woman. And that's women actually thinking in a linear fashion like men, but it's very simplistic and it's completely wrong. It's interesting to look at aesthetically on the Instagram page. It's not something a man wants to live with. Well, utility. It's too much of a good thing. Just like the fella who wants to get jacked like Ronnie Coleman. He's bringing you too much of a good thing. And that's the issue. So you, even at where women's body parts are concerned, you don't even see it the way a man does. You don't even know when you're doing too much. You don't even know that you've crossed the line from being entertainment to being unwieldy. And how could you? You're a woman. So you don't know where the line is. As men, we know where the line is, but it's not in our interest to tell you that there's a line. What? Now the women gonna get mad. You feel betrayed because the men know that there's a line, but they're not telling you what the line is. Now, as a man, I know what it is, and every man in here knows what it is. Well, why don't you all talk about that? Because it's not in our interest to tell you. It is not in our interest to tell you, A, that there is a line, and B, where the line is. It's not in our interest. So why should we bring up a subject that's not in our interest to tell you? And you shouldn't get mad, ladies. After all, when men go throwing money around, you all never tell them that's not enhancing his value to you. You don't tell him that there's a line, and you don't tell him when he's crossed it either. You just let him keep throwing it. Because it's not in your interest to tell men this. Hell, you all lock arms and click up like the sisterhood. You never tell men that they're overdoing it when it comes to giving out resources. You all are on the same damn page. Y'all get on code quick. You never tell men that there's a line and that he's crossed it. You just let him keep going. And then one day he thinks he's going to cash in on it because he figures that he was stacking up value. In reality, there was no value. He had already oversaturated it. You all don't tell men that. You just let him keep throwing it. As men, we do the same thing. It's not in our interest to tell you that. So you're not going to reward me for it. I mean, you might reward me for it if I do it. You might reward me, but if I cross the line, you might reward me, but if I don't know the line is there, you'll definitely punish me for it. Correct. If you cross the line, I might not reward you, but you'll definitely get punished. Because as a female, that's you don't know what the line actually is. Furthermore, you're obviously looking for a cheat code. First suggestion, stop looking for a damn cheat code. Be the best version of you that you can be. Men acclimate to that. I ain't trying to do that. Okay. I'll go get a big rear end. Men like rear ends. You don't even know what we do with them. You don't even know what the appeal is to us. You don't even know what we're looking to do with it. T Black. Rough Friday night. Like I say, the game don't stop. The game don't stop. I do the business here so you fellas can get a leg up on it and find out and be objective. I want you all to learn how to be serious and stoic about this before somebody does some snake stuff to you. Stop telling yourself that, he's overgeneralizing and he's making assumptions. And don't do that. Don't do that. Let me go ahead and take one more Zoom call here. I know I'm a little long, but I got Antoine here on Zoom. What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, Jason, great broadcast. I came here to agree with everything you were saying. To your point with Cardi B, not Cardi B. I meant to say Sierra and Russell Wilson. I was thinking, I do agree that he did that on purpose, but I was thinking more on purpose that, a lot of these, they say the games are rigged. Because he done a lot of bad plays at other teams, but he keeps getting hired. What if, this is, of course, conspiracy, they keep hiring because they know he'll throw a game. Because we saw that with the Seahawks. That was so obvious. And then what you played earlier today. Because the way he's playing and doing stuff, he should not be able to get to other teams that way. What do you think about that?
I mean, right now the league is so damn messed up, brother, because 20 years ago he would have been out. I'm seeing a bunch of dudes, they way older, they're in their 40s now. It wasn't like this. It just wasn't like this. So it's just, I don't even know what to tell you now. It's a messed up situation all the way around. So I can't guarantee that he won't find another team, because I'm seeing cats get passed around. The talent pool is not very deep in the NFL anymore. There may be a bunch of folks who still like watching it. I'm like, great, cool. You like it, I love it. I don't see the same caliber of play today. I don't see the same caliber of athletes. I don't think they're great like that. And I don't think it's just because I'm nostalgic. I don't really think I'm who's the Emmitt Smith today? Hell, who's the Terrell Davis today? Who's the Reggie White today? Who's the Brian Urlacher today? Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. Where you at? Where are they? I don't see it. I don't see it. So to me, it's not the same caliber. And I just think with a talent pool that damn shallow, a bunch of dudes are out here able to prolong their careers much longer than they should be.
Yeah.
So
And,
somebody was talking about if he gets cut from New York, he can go to New Orleans.
Nigga, what?
I'm like, oh boy, don't y'all know that? Oh boy. If that happens right there, I'm going to have to take a couple weeks off. If that happens. Ciara diddy bopping around my state. Man, look here, adding insult to injury. Can you imagine me having to sit here and watch Ciara diddy bop around my state? The good news is it'll only be for one season. What? But, if I got to tolerate Ciara diddy bop on Instagram showing my state off, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
But back to the other point about the females, like Brittany Renner and stuff like that. Like, I mean, come on. We knew she was fast. She has the crazy eyes. She been had the crazy eyes for a minute. But I think what the lady was trying to say that because she has sexual access, that she thinks she's always in there. And I heard a woman say this because women project. What I mean by that is that with women, if you can have sex with them, they would have a relationship with you. You might not be on the top of the list, but you're on the list. And I think men think that way. Like if they see like, well, okay, if he's having sex with me, so potentially I could be relationship material, but they don't realize that as men, we separate the two. Like it's really hard for them to comprehend that we separate the two. Do you find that?
It's not convenient for them. Women are not blind. They're just selectively nearsighted. When women want a man, they are as adept as they need to be. When they want you, brother, they don't need any help with that. When women want a job, when women want a job, or if they want a promotion, they don't need a bunch of C&I dogs to help them. So they're selectively nearsighted. It just depends on the level of effort they think they have to put into it. And that's what men really wind up finding out is the level of effort that you represent.
And about Cardi getting pregnant by Stefan Diggs, do you think she got pregnant on purpose, hoping that Offset would rush the divorce? Because they say he's holding it up because he's trying to get money. Because when I think about it, like that would make me want to divorce a woman quick, fast, in a hurry. But I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that Cardi B is a crazy broad who does crazy stuff. And she's liable to do all kinds of things. And when she's unhappy and emotional, she escalates. And so in this instance, I think that she brought herself to do what she thought would be the most hurtful, humiliating thing she could do to Offset. What is the most hurtful, dogged, humiliating thing I can do? And he says, I'm not going to find another nigga like him. And so what's the most humiliating thing I can do? And she just grabbed the first person who would accommodate her.
Well, rumor has it that Stefan Diggs is his favorite player. That's the rumor. And that's why she chose them.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. That sounds great in fantasy. It really does. I would like to see some proof of that, not a rumor. I'd like to see somebody show some concrete proof of it. Because as men, I don't really think we got favorite players like that. But in any case, even if you did, what are the odds that she'd be able to pull specifically that person? I mean, brother, it's like, think about this back in the 90s. Jordan's my favorite player. I'm going to go sleep with him. All right, well, you might wish for it. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull it off. So, I don't know. I'm very skeptical of that. What I will say, though, is she's very impulsive. She has no impulse control. She's very emotional. She's very temperamental. She's prone to turn on her TikTok or Instagram and just say whatever. She doesn't have a filter. And she loves getting attention. And the problem is at this point, now that she's had a few kids, it doesn't bother anymore. So now getting pregnant for her is like going to the movies. I need men to understand that. I've been telling them for years. kids don't matter to females. Women have females will have a kid to get a green card. They'll have kids to get on the bus at half fare. They'll have kids to get a discount to get into Six Flags. Women, it doesn't mean that much to women like that. To men, we're the ones because the legacy has that huge value. Man, when women are ready to have a kid, man, they'll have a kid, at the drop of a hat. They'll have a kid to get a discount at Costco. What? So, and men, they want men to put a very high premium because we pay much more money for everything than females do. So for a female, she's going to give a kid the bare minimum. For a man, he'll 5 and 10x it. Whatever a female would do, men will do 5 to 10 times as much. So with that being the case, no, I just think that Cardi B, I think she tried to pull a Ciara. She was trying to do her own version of Ciara, and she did it completely wrong. Completely wrong. I think that other females were on her phone talking trash to her. I think other chicks that Offset been talking to and stuff were kind of talking reckless and talking disrespectful to her. And she just said, screw this. What goes around comes around, and it's payback time. And so she just went for the first tool that she could use to execute that. And she's just like, okay, you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you now.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. But going back to what you said earlier about once a woman has more than like 2 or 3 kids, it's a wrap. You're absolutely correct. And I like that you shout out the millennials and younger generation because you're absolutely correct. We're not tolerating that. I'm 38 myself, and like most millennial men I know in the 30s, they're not tolerating that nonsense. And even dudes I know that are younger than that, they're not tolerating that. We've seen what's going on, and you said it earlier that the baby boomers, I guess was the biggest group of simps, and because I always blame the older generation on why we see the women that we see, and I think now that you put that in context, I think the older generation, because they had so much simps available to them when they were young, that they told their daughters and little nieces that, oh, you could just do whatever, because they could do whatever with the civil rights generation type dudes. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, certainly the civil rights generation, the baby boomers got it started. They got the ball rolling. And now you have a program that's been running on its own now. The disease is often spread, so it doesn't really take them to nurture it and direct it anymore. At this point, it's like a wildfire. It's often going on its own. Now, the good news is that survival is the strongest instinct of all. And the baby boomers were okay contaminating the environment, but now it's become an existential threat to the rest of us. So our reaction to it is markedly different from theirs. For them, it wasn't an existential threat. For us, it is. So now that our survival and well-being is at stake, by definition, we have to make different decisions. And that was the element that nobody was really counting on. It's like, okay, our survival's at stake. We're going to do different things now. Will there still be some dummies who fail the Darwin test? Yes. But as a group, the data is very clear. The younger men are they're making markedly different decisions. And it's not accidental. That's the key part. That's the key critical part. They're not getting in this by accident. They're telling you, oh no, this is a deliberate decision on our part. We're deliberately doing this. We know what we're doing, and this is why we're doing it. That's different. That's calculating. And that changes everything.
Can I just back you up for one more thing? I've been seeing a lot of women that's under 25. I'm talking about gorgeous women that people would consider 10s and 9s, like very gorgeous women, saying that they're virgins. Now, of course, sometimes when you hear that, just you think it's lies. But now this is a real thing that women under 25 that most men would see as gorgeous, there's a lot of virgins there. And it's not because they not want to be virgins, just that the men of their age just don't even want to deal with them.
I mean, I don't know about that, brother. I don't think the virgin thing is spiked. I really don't think that's occurred. I really don't. What you're seeing, though, is more females have consolidated as they've gotten younger. I've talked about this before. It's a blind spot, brother. These chicks today, they got cell phones when they're in elementary school. They got Instagram access when they're in middle school. They got TikTok and the rest of it. By the time they get to high school, they're using it. They're using it to meet boys in their city or outside of it. So it's no longer just the grown females. By the time they get to college, they already got 5 bodies, if not a dozen. But among that 5 or 10, there's a grown man making $150,000 or $300,000 who flew her out for nothing. Her parents think she's in school this weekend, and she's in LA getting pounced on. She's in LA at the Four Seasons or whatever. Or if she got a passport, she outside the country with her parents not knowing. Nobody else know what's going on. I've been telling y'all this for years. I need y'all to wake up and realize the data has changed. I'm not saying these things because it sounds cute. The average 22-year-old female today, by the time she is 22 years old, the chances are more than not that she has been flued out by a 7-figure dude. White, black, or otherwise, they're all aspiring to it. If they get that thing in their DMs, they're going. So they've had a 7-figure experience long before they're 25 years old. Now that they've done that, they start making the calculus that that's where they rank. Well, why would I deal with a guy making $50,000 a year I've been laid on top of by a fella making $1 million, $3 million a year? And he bought me some shoes.
No, I hear you. Probably you're right. They're probably lying about it because there's a lot of women that claim that they have not been in a relationship since that are under that age. And you know how women are. If they've never been in a relationship, they'll say that they're a virgin or never had anything. So I just had to think about that. You're probably right because they're probably getting laid up on, but they're not getting no relationships, which that makes more sense.
These females don't tell y'all the truth.
You're right.
And the average female today, that's a wholesale culture to it. Everybody wants to talk about it when they get to the slut culture stage. Man, they're doing this already. They're doing it already. They're already there. These chicks are out here doing that, and then they trying to tell you they virgins. Well, yeah, because the guys who laid on top of him, well, you're just for the weekend. The truth of the matter is you're a 6 maybe, but you're available. So, and a man's always going to have more money. So, okay, let's go ahead and fly you out. He can get more money. That didn't hurt him. That's not his last $3,000. He'd rather spend it on something he enjoys than something he doesn't. I just got off the phone with Timmy about that. So here you go. All right, let's go ahead and get her out here and whatnot. We're going to do what we're going to do. And then we're done with that. And then she comes back to y'all's hometown and tells you she's still a virgin. Meanwhile, Mr. 7 Figures, she's had the time of her life, but she thought that's where she ranked. Now she realizes, actually, that's not. You don't rank for him. Not to be kept, you don't. And now she's screwed up because she can't figure out why it is those guys are in the DMs and there's a lot of money moving around, but she's not eligible for anything beyond that. It's going to take her a while before she deciphers, oh, wait a minute. The men are playing a different game than we're playing. Well, we figured if it cost a couple $1,000s, no man would want to just throw it away. He didn't throw it away. He got something for it. And that's the part that blows their minds when they realize that's what's going on. So guys are willing to pay the expense to get you to come out for fun, but he's not willing to make a lifetime expense of you. Now she comes back to you and is telling you about, oh, I ain't did this and I ain't did that. And the reality is, I need fellas in here to understand, if she's got a cell phone and an Instagram account, if she's over the age of 22, dude, the chances are better than 50% that she has been flued out at some point by a guy who's way above your tax bracket for the weekend, and she's not going to tell you about it. Well, Jason, how can I tell? Start asking her about places. Ask her about places. Ask her the nicest restaurant she's been to. Damn! A bunch of you fellas ain't going to want to ask that one. Ask her about the nicest restaurant she's been to and then start looking to see if that's in your city. Ask the chick that you're talking to about the nice 25-year-old. Ask her about the nicest restaurant she's been to and then figure out if that's in her city. Once you let her know that's not in her city, she's going to spin you a tale about she was with her kinfolk. If you're a guy she's interested in, she's going to start spinning your tales. Y'all ask these chicks about the most expensive pair of shoes, the most expensive restaurants. Ask them these questions and don't say nothing. They're going to let it slip. If you're actually listening, they will let it slip. And you'll realize, oh, hell. Ask her if she's been outside the country. Ask her when the last time was she's been outside the country. If she's 25 years old and it was within the last 5 years, okay. She goes to school here in the States, doesn't she? Then what's she doing out there if she's supposed to be in school? Now, you can need to be focused on your studies. You can be out there. You know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, they're going to play dumb. They're going to play dumb.
If she tells you that she went on a girl's trip, nigga, don't be naive.
One last question. As more men not do relationships and stuff like that, do you see the rise of women accusing men of certain things to try to get money out of them?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been talking about here for years. The girlfriend extortion thing. Mm-hmm. Women are perfectly fine with it if they think that men are holding out for marriage. That's why I told fellas, you're dumb as hell to keep talking about marriage, because the women are knowing as long as you're holding out for marriage, she's like, well, I can stay in these streets then. I can extend my timeline out here in the streets and there'll be a dummy who's going to pick me up when I get done getting slid out. And as men are showing that the marriage spigot's getting turned off and the females are realizing it's getting very, very tough out here, yeah, that's when they start getting mercenarial. And as I said, okay, the next sucker walks through that door, I'm busting him over the head and I'm taking everything he's got. Okay, but if the men that you want are realizing that this is the new way of the sun, under the sun, that he has to protect his assets. Well, if his assets have now become a hard target, you have to be careful, because more females are going to realize, I'll be damned, he was ready for that. When she starts realizing that's uniform across the board, there's nobody just giving it up the resources easy anymore. As that is already difficult now. And as it becomes more difficult, yes, you will see more females resorting to more desperate measures, because she's without a train ticket when it's leaving the station. She's without a chair when the music stops. You're going to see more of it. You'll have to. And because the problem is, it used to be just New York and LA, now it's everywhere. Every state's got zones where if you ain't balling out of control, you ain't gonna make it. And she's not letting go of that idea. She's not letting go of the idea that she should live a 1%er life and somebody else should take care of it. So then all these 1%ers been laying on her for the weekend. She's going to be like, okay, it's my turn. You're going to give it up. Nigga, it's a stick up. Drop it off. And we're not on our way there. This is where we are now. And it will only get more so, because there's plenty of old hoes who got ran through. Girl, you better do what you got to do. They're very, very angry about it. The ones who didn't get their Cassie ticket are telling the young chicks, well, do whatever you need to do, even if it's bogus.
That's a fact. That's a fact. All right. Well, thank you, Jason. You have a good night.
Thank you for giving us a call. Yeah, this is very disturbing to fellas out there, but man, look here. Yeah, Erica Herman. Tiger Woods did everything correctly. Tiger Woods did everything correctly. He made sure that his finances were straight. He put them in a trust. He didn't marry her. He didn't get her pregnant. All of their moves were very public. He wasn't having freak-offs. He wasn't buying a bunch of male and female escorts. So you see, he did everything perfect, and that still did not prevent her from finding some sleazebag lawyers who were willing to just go into court and lie. You got a lot of white supremacist lawyers and racist lawyers out there and stuff, and they're just like, well, we filed motions for a living here, and what are the realistic chances that we'll get sued for doing so? So let's see if we can shake them down. How dare that nigger do so much better in life than us? So let's see if we can shake him down. And that's where we are. We're there. We're not on our way. That's where we are. So yeah, there's a lot of chicks out here. They see fellas building for themselves. They see fellas making things happen. People, please understand, the laws of physics are not going to change. The laws of physics ain't going to change. As long as we are Homo sapiens, as long as you're on this planet, the laws of physics are not going to change and they're not going to alter. This is what it's going to be. So when it comes to making money, making a living for yourself, that's what it's going to be too. Either you've got the ability to do it or you don't. Either you have the ability to do it or you don't. If you got it, great. If you don't, oh, this is going to hurt. Don't believe me? Got one more thing to show you. Oh, yeah, we ready. Take a look at this article here. Statistics show that the headline of it is women narrowed the pay gap with men by having fewer children. Damn! Of course, first you got some female here, angry and old and bitter, trying to make it the men's fault, as if men care that the birth rate is down. So this is that psychological masturbation, like you're punishing men. You think men are not worried about that. The men are having fun. Children are a financial burden to men. They're a financial benefit to women, unless, of course, the women try to shoulder it on their own, in which case now it's become a burden. Statistics show that women are faring significantly better than they did 40 years ago, with women in the U.S. earning 85% as much as men for every hour they worked in 2024. However, what it just shows is they had to work like men. So now they face the choice of becoming parents or becoming their own boss worker, but you will not do both. So pick your poison of what you will give up. You can pick your poison of what you'll give up. Well, guess what? It takes more work and more time now to make $1. It takes too damn much. The women ain't really trying to figure out how to do that. She's like, how much of this work and effort can I offload onto a man? I need to find a man to offload this burden onto. Because this damn thing is heavy. It's heavy. So there needs to be somebody else that I can offload this onto. Especially, we covered this last week, the cost of achieving the American dream now is $5 million? Come on, man. $5 million? There isn't a single female. Listen to me. Stop the bull jive. Stop the gaslighting. There isn't a single female listening to me live or recorded who is currently attempting to calculate how she's going to earn $5 million. Not a one. Zero. Men, listen to me. The number is 0. None. Don't even let them start faking and fronting. None of them are trying to figure out how they gonna make $5 million. It's not in the game plan. It's not in the format. None. So she can look at that Instagram life. There's not a single female in here who's trying to relish doing 20 hours a week of overtime. They're all trying to figure out how they can do less than 30 hours a week. So they're never going to outcompete you. If you're a competitive man, they're not even trying to outwork you. Just the idea of doing so makes their skulls explode. So when you're talking about having that ideal house, that ideal car, the vacation benefits, Brother, she's like, okay, I'm just trying to be in a workplace where I have proximity to a man who gonna do that for me. Because I'm not trying to, she's not even thinking about what's the pathway that you walk to get to that. She's not even trying to figure out what is the pathway you get on that gets you there. She has no interest. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. Okay, and it gets more expensive every year? So they were already priced out of the market. It gets more expensive every year, man. Forget about it. Forget about it. When you ask a woman what's her plan for wealth, nigga, you the plan.
And deal with it, nigga.
You're the plan. Your plan A and plan B. Either alive or dead. So when you put up a wall, if you are a man who is productive like you're supposed to be, and you said to yourself, damn being average. Fellas, let me explain to you the deadliest words that you can adopt for your life. Damn being average. Ain't gonna be it. When you make it your mantra, your personal philosophy, you ain't gonna be average. Dude, you priced everything else out the damn market. You become an extreme luxury product. It goes your way or no way. Because she's not going to try to outcompete that. When you say damn being average, you're like, look, it's not going to be average car, average shoes, nothing. And it's not for her. It's because that's going to be the life you're going to have. And that you want to be able to pick and choose what you have. And that includes women. You want the option to pick and choose. You don't just take whatever slopped at you, that you have the option of saying, I'll pass. I can do better. Those are the deadliest words you can say as a man. That's what you own. You're on that? What I'm saying is that, do you realize that once you reach that level of productivity and that's your character, you're not just doing it to be doing it, you're doing it because that defines you. You do realize that once that starts occurring, once you've adopted that, that's what's going to be able to define whether anybody can even talk to you. You're living in a totally different life. All of a sudden, they got something to lose. I've been to both of those places that Tiger Woods lived in Florida. No Diddy. Damn! I need y'all to understand that. Oh, you didn't know that? I'm not telling you what somebody else told me. I'm telling you what I've lived. I'm telling you what I've lived, and it certainly is nice. It certainly is. If you haven't been to Winter Haven, Florida, Winter Haven and Jupiter. I ain't putting your business out there, Tiger. Niggas in the newspapers. Oh, when Ellen was wilding out. But if you ever go to Florida, go check out Winter Haven and Jupiter. If you ever drove down 95 heading to Miami. If you ever go down Interstate 95 heading toward Miami, because Winter Haven is in Orlando and outside of Orlando. Winter Haven is outside of Orlando. Jupiter is heading south on 95 when you're heading down to Miami. Ask me how I know. And I've been to both of them. And that's why Erica Herman went nuts. Dude, if you saw how he was living, that's why she went nuts. And she's like, okay, I get this right here. I get And do you understand that she lost her damn mind for access? She lost her damn mind for access, fellas. Everything Tiger got's in a trust. Okay, so the Bentley, the Rolls Royce, everything else, that's in the trust. So she was doing that to while out. I told you the key fob is the wedding ring. Niggas ain't listening. Worked out for Tiger just fine. Old girl was wide open. She was ready to have an international incident because he said, yeah, you too much of a problem. You got to go. Fellas, it's real. And I'm not saying you have to be damn me Tiger Woods. We've covered this on my Patreon. We've covered this years ago. I already gave y'all the cheat codes. Don't say anything about it here. If niggas is on it, they own it. If they're not, oh well. But fellas, concentrate on having that capacity so they got something to lose. Do you think that Tiger Woods is Robert B is saying too much? Robert B is saying too much. He's saying too much. In any case, you're saying some folks, they want to show how much they know. Is saying too much. In any case, fellas, when you give folks something to lose, do you think Tiger Woods is heartbroken about that? Do you think so? She went stone cold, slap cold crazy. You think he's heartbroken? Hell no, because she confirmed to him who is the most valuable. That the red pill exists because there are a bunch of males who feel like the females are more valuable than them. So when the females got up and all she could take home was her drawers, he felt like, well, I lost something. Okay, take a look at Tiger. Old girl flipped the hell out like that. Brother, you can't see somebody flip out like that and you don't think, I'm the man. She's willing to get arrested and every damn thing. I'm the man. You don't have to tell him he's the prize. She showed that. Ain't nothing for him to. Most males today are not productive or competitive at all. Okay, that's your damn competition. When you realize that that's your competition, it goes differently. Now you start picking and choosing. The reason for you being highly productive is so that you have the ability to pick and choose. So that you can say yes and you can say no. And that your next option is better than your last one. That's the reason for it. That's the reason. In the chat room, T. Orlando, I don't know if that's funny, dude. I really don't. If he's serious, I don't know if that's funny. I really don't. So I don't know if you're trying to make a joke or not, but if he's serious, I don't know if that's really funny, man. I really don't. I don't know. Are we trying to make light of that or something? Because I don't think that's, if he's serious, I don't think that's really funny. I don't know. Unless he tells me he's joking about that, I don't really see why you would want to try to make light of that. I'm not going to say what I'm really thinking right now, and I'm like, okay. But the point of men having their act together and making sure you got leverage, your leverage is your productivity, your accomplishments, your experiences, your wisdom, all of that in one package. That's what gives you that's what gives you your leverage, but also confirms your value. That's what gives your value. It also means you're not guessing. But that's the decision you got to make. That's the decision you have to make. I will tell you one thing. It feels a whole lot better. It's better to have it not needed than needed not have it. It is better to have it not needed than needed not have it. You don't provide a soft life to a female. You are the soft life. Okay, but the soft life comes with a cost. The soft life comes with a cost. This idea that, okay, the females show up and we get by on personality. I'm like, dude, women don't dig men's personalities like that. Let me tell you, if you're saying you're going to leverage your personality, it's not much to leverage. Not really. Not really. But focus on having something to give and something to lose. Because that brings us back to the moral of the story tonight. See, I'm showing you tonight some females who told themselves that they were running things and didn't have nothing to lose. There's a bunch of females who told themselves that they didn't have anything to lose, that they were the prize, they were the package, and this thing was never going to run out. And I said all them fellas need to do is keep producing. All they got to do is keep producing. Stay on your grind, stay producing, stay focused. That's all you got to do. Do that. Do that. And eventually, it's all going to come rolling down the river. See, here's the thing about it, and I'm going to wrap things up tonight. Apryl Jones was gauging the Omarion that she was with. She wasn't gauging the Omarion that he would become. Remember, she thought, oh, well, that's done and I'm the ticket. Like, baby, well, you're right if he stops elevating. If he stops elevating and stagnates, well, I guess you're correct. But if he doesn't, you've made a foolish decision. PJ Washington's a dummy. Yeah, he is. He's not a deadbeat, though. And Brittany, you've made the right decision unless he keeps elevating. If he does, you're just a little weirdo throwed off chick with a hellified Instagram filter. What? And you've made the wrong, you bet on the wrong horse. Especially if you're going to have a kid with him. When you have a kid with a man, you betting on that horse. Cardi B. She told herself she's the prize and she's running things and I can get another Offset. How's that working out? She left Offset to be a baby mama. Hell, you could have stayed over there and did that and never married him. Now she's with a fella that she got to share maternity wards with other women. Fellas, build. You keep investing in you, and everyone around you becomes a beneficiary of that. Everyone becomes a beneficiary of it. When that happens, you focus on your building, your productivity. You focus on that. And as for the chick, if she loses faith or whatever, she's going to the discount bin. But she's not in the discount bin because you hoped it or you wished it. She goes in the discount bin because you are the store and the store keeps getting more upscale. Damn! You are the store. You keep renovating. You keep upgrading. You keep updating. And anybody who sticks with you, they get to be in the newly renovated, updated store. The ones who don't, they go to the clearance bin. They go in the clearance rack. By definition, because they did not keep up with the elevating value of the store. You do not focus on what other people are doing. You focus on what you're doing. You don't focus on bringing their value down. In this neighborhood, you keep the houses getting more expensive. Their value drops as a consequence of your value rising. Their value will drop simply as a consequence of your value rising. Cassandra, don't be a hater all your life. Don't be a hater all your life, Cassandra. I know it's hard, baby. I know it's tough for you, but don't be a hater your whole life. Don't get a PhD in hateology. She's trying to get her doctorate in haternomics. What? Could it, Cassandra, could it be that all of this temperamental behavior that you see from Cardi B, I'll be damned, the nigga got to have a side chick if he gonna stay with her. A nigga got to have something on the side. He can't just have Cardi B. She's too volatile. You seen what the hell she does online and you still trying to stick up for her? She talking about she drug niggas and she'll definitely fight you. Cardi B will definitely fight you. She'll fight you in a heartbeat. Okay, what the hell Offset supposed to do? Happy wife, happy life, sugar and spice and everything nice? No, that a nigga needs a break. He needs a fallback position. He needs somebody to help comfort him and pump him back up before he go back to that house. So she can make him some macaroni and noodles and cheese. What? Yeah, he needs somebody to help comfort him and pump him back up before he re-enters that door. So you thought that was sufficient 24 hours a day? You see what she acts like. You see how she cooks. You see how she talks. You acting like she's damn me Betty Crocker and Miss Manners. Like she's Claire Huxtable. The heifer is twerking while she's pregnant. This is Cardi B right now. She's twerking while she's pregnant. And you talking about Offset's the problem? So she's up here twerking while she's pregnant. She's 30 months pregnant and she twerking, but Offset's the issue. So she's a ideal Stepford wife. And we really need to be clamping down on Offset though. He's the one we need to be checking, really. Okay. Or do you think that this is the first time she's been doing it for years? Cassandra be acting like she was doing good till I was here, messed up. Okay, when she was at the strip club? What was she wilding out when she was at the strip club too? Or was that just a figment of our imaginations? I'm not saying Offset was right. I'm just saying I understand. If I had to live with Cardi B, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This the only one I get? This chick here is the only one I get to have. Is it? No. Okay. As soon as Offset got married, he out on tour. When he say Migos done broke up, solo album. I can do a solo album. I can do some features, something. Niggas trying to do concerts at the Waffle House. What? Okay, he's like, I need a break. So in any case, yes, another one bites the dust. Folks, the discount bin is getting thick. The discount bin is getting crowded. And fellas, I want us to continue making the discount bin crowded. I want it to continue getting crowded, fellas. Be on your grind. Be on your work. Elevate. Stop talking about you don't have to be competitive. Make the landscape ultra competitive. You only have power when you have something to deny. If you have nothing to deny, you have no power. Be the place that everyone wants to be and everyone wants to get to. And then when folks start acting up to the discount bin, you go. And leave these people out here who were disrespectful and whatnot, leave them looking crazy and stupid in the discount bin, wondering what they could have had. Because there's a whole lot of that going around right now, and all that's going to happen is just, you already see it forming. It's just going to be a bunch of chicks who got ran through. And that's all it's going to be. Going in their 30s and 40s or older. And they're going back out to the streets. You see what the hell they finding. Folks, they're going back to the streets and you see what they finding. Brittany Renner found Kevin Gates. Cardi B found Stefan Diggs. Apryl Jones found Fizz. Whatever else she stumbled across. Okay, and how the hell did that work out? Okay, they found another dude, and how did that work out? Was it the good look that they promised everybody would be? Bigger and better? This is bigger and better. You can go back to my archive here on YouTube and go look up all the programs about the discount bin. Okay, did any of them ever get out? You go take a look at my programs about the discount bin. To this day, did any of them get out? That's why this is documented. Okay, if they really ain't in the discount bin, show me the one that got away. If this is not a real rule that you can actually prescribe and subscribe to, then tell me the one that got out. Because I'm taking a look at them and man, look here. First, the clearance rack. Next stop, Big Lots. Where's that other store? Oh, I forget that other store. It's the store they send all the cast-off toys to, all the discontinued toys. I forget the name of it. It's like a West Coast or East Coast thing. I forget the name of the store off the top of my head. It's a store like they send a bunch of, when toys get discontinued and stuff like that, people go shop there. No, it's not Toys R Us. It's like a person's name. Somebody said City Trends.
Nigga, please.
Ollie's. Thank you, Zavon Scott. Ollie's. No, it's Ollie's. There's a store called Ollie's. It's like, okay, I'm talking about first run stuff. If you got it at Walmart or whatever, if it doesn't sell, they put it on the clearance rack at Walmart. If that doesn't sell, it goes somewhere else. But yeah, next stop, Big Lots and Ollie's. It's like, oh, these are discontinued items. That's where Brittany gonna be, is at Ollie's. Sitting up here waving around her autographed Drake CDs. And that's where Brittany gonna be. And she will have company. In any case, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up here today. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight, rather. I want to redo my program about simps. I really want to redo that program because I feel like I wanted to go in a different direction with it, and I wanted to be more concise. So I really want to redo the program about what is a simp. I really want to redo that. So bear with me. We're probably going to revisit that subject because I really want it to be like, I really want to make it more concise than it was. So I'm looking at revisiting that program. So we'll be taking a look at that. We'll be taking a look at that. In the meantime, here, I want to thank everyone who has contributed for tonight's program on PayPal, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out here to Prodigy. Thank you very much for your support tonight. We appreciate that. To Alonda, Ray L. King, Ray Allen, Alpha Male Pimp Network. He's up late enough for us, so. And to everyone else who has contributed to tonight's program. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. Going to be about time for us to get back to the book list program. There's going to be a couple of changes where that's concerned also. I'm going to make a couple of changes here where that is concerned also. So if you're a member or patron, you're going to want to go ahead and join us here tomorrow to be a part of that as well. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program, live or recorded. Thank you all for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will discount you.